playing together right now, which was like a week or two ago. So what's going on, guys? Ramsey, good win last night against Creighton. Good job by the Sun Devils. Dr. David in the house. Warren in the house. Manny. Joe. Sacktown Crown Report. Miss Mac 10 is the lick. West Side is the click. What's going on with y'all, man? Dame will be here in just a second. Roddy, what it do? Lazy, what's good, man? BTS, what's going on, brother? Bryce in the house. Chester, that's a new name, I think. I don't recognize Chester. Appreciate it, Brian. Appreciate it, big dog. Yeah, this is it's one of my favorite pickups, man. Appreciate it, Leezy. Mark, what up? Warren, what up? I mean, if they need me to, you know what I'm saying? We can make this happen. We could absolutely make this happen. This is what it is. I'm ready. Dame in the house. Steven, what's good, man? Listen. Reggae saying, what's good?
You put COVID in the title, you get little learn more tags.
In
the YouTube video.
Roddy, there's nothing more. There's nothing I hate more, I should say, in this world than Roblox. I shouldn't say that, but it's up there. It's top 5. It's top 5 dead or alive. Roblox, one of my most hated things.
And we welcome you in here to the Wednesday, December 15th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We're always transparent with you. A little look behind the curtain. We meet every day at 9 o'clock, kind of go over the show, different things like that, and talk about what we're going to do today. And it was around that time that the Alvin Gentry news broke, and we were like, well, surely by 12 o'clock we'll know who the head coach is going to be. Nope. Not when you're dealing with the Sacramento Kings. That's not going to be the case, as we still very much don't know who's coaching tonight's game. And unless I missed some sort of update in the last 10 seconds, we have no idea who is coaching tonight's game, which is probably the most Kings thing ever, as I think there's really, I don't know. I guess in our mind, in my mind at least, I'm envisioning Monty McNair going, oh, yeah, this is easy. It's Mike Lamborghini. Or perhaps it's Rico. I feel like it's easy. And then in comes Vivek. I want to see Doug Christie. Now, maybe that's true. Maybe it's not, dude. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on with this team. But what we know right now, Alvin Gentry did test positive for COVID-19. He is out for tonight's game against Washington. And Casey, I don't see how he's coaching Friday. Given the way the protocols, because he tested positive, he has to pass 2 straight COVID tests for him to be eligible to coach on Friday, which means he would have to pass the test tomorrow, which immediately in my head is weird. And then he would have to pass another one Friday, which immediately would think, okay, he didn't really test positive for COVID. If you pass the next two COVID tests. So I'm not really sure, but it's King's business as usual here.
Yeah, ever since you laid out that that scenario, that fictitious scenario, we'll just say that because we have no proof. I'm just imagining like Monty in the office, and he's in his chair, but his chair is like his back is to his desk and he's on the phone. He's like, "Really, Alvin? Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, you just take care and we'll figure things out here.
Yeah.
All right, take care." And then he swings back around to the front of his desk like he's about to get up and go to the door. And there's Vivek leaning on the side. "Good morning, Monty. I'm sure you've heard of the news already."
That's great. I'm envisioning a different scenario. I'm envisioning Monty on the phone with Vivek. Same scenario, same whole thing. Chair turned around and everything, but it's Monty talking to Vivek, relaying what had happened. Vivek's chair turns around, faces the camera. Picks up his cell phone. Doug, it's Vivek. The plan worked.
The Eagles landed.
Of course, in a normal in a normal city, it's the coach has COVID. Oh, he seems to be doing okay. All right, who's stepping in? All right, no big deal. Not in Sacramento. No. It's conspiracies. It's did the owner, like, when is the article coming out? Did the owner infect the coach for COVID to get his choice as the head coach? Like, when is that article? Why hasn't Tim Maxwell wrote this article yet?
Bleacher Report working on it as we speak.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's too far fetched for the Kings Herald. That's definitely something the Bleacher Report will put together.
Jesse asked me before the show. He's talking. He's like, "Do you think it's weird that they don't have a coach name yet?" And in all seriousness, it is a little weird, but I mean, there's a couple things that could be going on, right? Like, they could, like, the person that 100% was supposed to replace him may be waiting on his test results. You know what I'm saying? And
sure.
And players' test results. They may not play tonight. Like, they may be waiting on all these test results to figure out what's going on. But I told him,
now, of all that we have said, I believe that's the only thing, like, that's accurate that we've said so far in the first 4 minutes of the show. And I think Woj reported that they're waiting for, like, they're testing the rest of the team. There are COVID outbreaks all over the NBA and all over the NFL. So one positive, especially to the head coach, they've got to check everybody else as well.
But I also, and I think that's, like you just said, the most likely thing that's going on. But even if it was like they weren't sure or whatever, I would hope that they had a plan, like, immediately in place. And it's just considering the times that we're in and everything's going on. But even if you didn't have it a month ago, after Rick Carlisle, had to sit out a game, that should have been like, "Oh man, we should probably, have a succession plan in order, if our coach goes down." Yeah. And I'm assuming they do. I really am. I like, there's a lot that you can say about this organization. I don't believe it to be like that, where they're just routinely caught with their pants down with something of this magnitude.
Really? Look at you being optimistic today.
That's bare basics.
Yes, it is. That gives me no comfort whatsoever. You're accurate. It is bare basics, but that gives me no comfort whatsoever.
That's bare basics. And he may not know how to run a basketball team. That's for a matter of opinion. But the guy did run a $500 million business.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's not a buffoon.
No,
okay.
he most definitely is not. He most definitely is not. James Ham's going to join us around 2:30 today. Shoot around was canceled, in part, we believe, probably because they're conducting a bunch of tests here on various players. So as soon as we know who's coaching tonight, you'll know who's coaching tonight. But what happened with Alvin, and for those asking in the chat, Alvin told Adrian Wojnarowski he feels fine. He said he had a scratchy throat, but other than that, he said, again, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, he feels normal. He feels fine. Mm-hmm. So that's good, because of course Alvin is a bit older, but it's difficult now because COVID is having an impact all across the sports landscape. It's having an impact in the NBA. It's having an impact in the NFL. There's a game on Saturday now between the Las Vegas Raiders and the Cleveland Browns, in which the Browns have not only Kevin Stefanski, their head coach, tested positive for COVID. I think they have 14 players. I think it's 15 total people, counting Kevin Stefanski, 14 players who have tested positive.
Sure.
And, the NFL, that game ain't going to be canceled.
No, like you said.
They're going to call Kenny Caraway to play tailback before they cancel that game. They ain't canceling no games.
Especially with that being a national TV Saturday game.
Mm-hmm. Ain't canceling no standalone game.
No, hell no.
Ain't no chance. But then, we saw Kevin Durant. I know most of us weren't watching Kevin Durant last night. We were watching Steph Curry and that incredible feat that was taking place at Madison Square Garden. Kevin Durant was on one last night, and it was KD and KD alone. And he was out there, carrying a depleted Brooklyn Nets team. And, the talk is starting. Could the NBA pause? Could the NBA shut things down again? No, they're not. They're absolutely not. No matter what happens, and I think this works for the NBA. We sure as hell knows it works for the NFL. And I honestly think that this is life. Ain't no business, ain't no government, ain't no state, ain't no league gonna shut things down like they did before. That was a one and only. And they're looking around like, here we are 2 years later. That didn't work, so we're just going to adjust so we can continue to make money. The worst case scenario I see happening, and still, Casey, I don't see this being realistic, is arenas getting cut back in capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if they get cut back in capacity or they get cut all the way down to nothing. But that's the only step I can see the NBA taking. The NFL ain't going to do anything. But the NBA, that's the only step I could see them taking.
Right. And even with that, they're going to exhaust all possibilities before they even cut back in the arena, whether it's
Kings are naturally cut back. So that's a positive for those who are going to the Golden One Center.
You can socially distancing the whole time.
You can naturally social distance. Those are the responsible Sacramento Kings fans. They've been naturally social distancing the entire game, or the entire season, excuse me.
But they'll, they already do in a lot of cases. Matter of fact, I don't even think they wouldn't even let you get tested. Like they have the option of, if you don't have a vaccination card, you can go get tested. You have a negative test. They'll just say you have to be vaccinated to get in. They'll make you wear a mask the whole time before they shut down the studio, so to speak.
And we've gotten, and this isn't in full effect. Oh man, I can't remember the time frame as it pertains to players, and I think it's the 17th. I think it's Friday, the Memphis game for tier 1 staff and coaches. It's not just 2 shots; it's 2 shots and a booster. So the definition, at least in the NBA, at least in certain parts of the NBA, the definition of fully vaccinated is changing. It's evolving. Because it's not just the 2 shots or the 1 Johnson & Johnson anymore. It's the 2+1 or the 1+1.
Right.
It's the original and the remix, right? It's the first one and the booster. And I text you, I called you that day. I was like, hey, I don't know if you've made it. Like, I hadn't made an appointment. I didn't even know if I was eligible for that shot yet.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got that alert, it was like, hey, this is going to trickle down to us any minute, because we're tier 1, we're locker room people, we're player people. We got to go get that extra shot here if we're going to continue doing what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that's just going to continuously evolve from leagues to media to now we're seeing in California, there's a mask mandate back in place in the state of California for eating indoors, for being at clubs, anything like that. You got to have a mask on. Got to imagine that's the case for the Golden One Center. In the Golden One Center, a lot of people try to skirt that mask thing. I don't think you can skirt that anymore. It's not a lax Golden One Center policy anymore. It's a state mandate.
Mm-hmm.
And having a giant building with a bunch of maskless people, which amazingly, most of them are normally sitting in the front row, which is an absolutely mind-boggling thing, seeing all these people sitting in the front row closest to the players with their mask off because they're slowly sipping a $12 bottle of water.
Yeah. Man, I know they.
Back like we never left.
The thing is, as you like to say, is hulking up.
Mm-hmm.
Is hulking
That's
up.
Right. That's right. He's taking the 3 punches. He's getting up and he's shaking and he's getting ready to throw those. The COVID's getting ready to throw those 3 fists, the big boot, and we just got to stop it from dropping the leg on us because then COVID's going to be posing as the show goes off the air, and that's good for none of us.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody who got that whole reference right there.
Everybody
KC,
that listened got that reference.
It's December 15th. The hell? I was promised action.
Love that Stone Cold gif.
Got no action? Like, what's the deal? It's December 15th. What are we waiting for? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the night Steph Curry had, and we'll get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Washington Wizards tonight at the Golden One Center. We're just getting started. We're here with you for the next 4 hours on Odyssey, on 1320 AM, on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. It was cold as hell this morning. Had the heat on damn near all morning. Now I'm hot as hell.
Well, it did warm up in this office as well.
It's getting really hard for me to get out there in that gym. It is so freaking
December,
cold.
January. It's a tough time right there for gym workouts.
It's brutal.
In the morning.
And I keep telling myself I used to go to Game Fit, and Lim would not put. There is no heat in that warehouse. If it's 5 a.m., it's deal with it. You better start sweating. You better start sweating, and you better keep sweating.
Yeah,
it's a lot easier when someone's yelling at you to do that. Like it's tough out there when you're on your own.
We used to at the facility I worked at, Hacks. It was an airplane hangar, and same thing, like no ventilation each way, right? So in the summers it's hot as hell. They had like 3 or 4 fans to for ventilation, but no air, no heat. And I would have to open the place up. And one of the things I would do was, we open at 7. I get there at like 6 or so and get shots up and, before work, so to speak. And as Michael Irvin once said, man, that cold weather sure is cold. It was an ice box in there in the morning. But that was the thing. Like,
that's where my heart used to be. Not far off. Like, nah, it ain't even touching the doorknob. It's just like I wake up cold. Like, it's like I ain't trying to go out there. And then I sit down with my little caffeine drink, try to get a little bit of work done, which was a fucking task today. And then I kept looking at it like, well, just keep working. Maybe you work out after the call. Nope. And then I just managed to get colder. Yeah, I never got. I did the show wouldn't come together. I couldn't get warm. I was like, forget it. Then I finally get in the shower, get in, and now I'm like Matt George yesterday. After a couple of sips of McQueen, I got sweat beating down my forehead. It's a
Matt George was on one.
It's a Aura ring. It was my Christmas gift. So it monitors like different health measurements, things like that. It just came yesterday. Good for you for getting the baseball tee. Poor Dr. David. They just wouldn't send him one. Every time Dr. David ordered one, I'd get an alert to be like, nah, he ain't getting one. And I haven't gotten to the bottom of why. We're taking a couple of days off next week. I think I'm going to get on the phone with Shopify and see if they can help me solidify that stuff so that stuff doesn't happen. Because I know it has a lot to do with printers and different things like that. I still got Wi-Fi on. Gosh darn it. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Oh, he was. Drunk Matt was pretty funny, though.
That was hilarious.
Drunk. It's funny. Matty McQueen. We were looking for a nickname for him, and we got it. That's fire. They have not. We believe it's Kenny. Or as I think Dr. David suggested, Coach Molly.
I'm ready, man.
May very well be true.
Playing horse.
I don't know the answer to that question, Leonard. I don't know the answer to that one. Oh, man. Getting lots of great suggestions here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 about who the coach should be. Many people have suggested Kenny, KC coaches.
I'm ready.
Coach Molly here in the chat. She would certainly be a capable coach. Bryce asked, can Mo coach? Well, Mo coaches, I think, similar age groups as KC. Y'all could come together and
Mega powers collide.
Y'all have
we just beat the mega powers.
Yeah, you don't want to collide yet. Not yet. That's for later. That's for that's for Friday's game when the mega powers explode. When KC and Mo they go at it because they don't agree on a substitution.
Mo, I see you over there trying to put Buddy Hield in there. You got them jealous eyes, I tell you. They got them jealous eyes.
Lust in your eyes. I see what you're doing there, Mo. You and Buddy Hield. You think Buddy's gonna go hit your three? He's not gonna hit your three. Steph Curry, though, watching Steph Curry, watching greatness is pretty awesome. Watching records being shattered is pretty awesome, and watching ones that have the buildup that last night's did is pretty awesome. And I'll give my partner credit. I do hate this. I hate this label.
It is what it is.
It worked better in Madison Square Garden than it would have done at Conseco Fieldhouse or whatever the hell that place is called.
Isn't it Farmers Bank?
Whatever. Fine.
It should be Conseco Fieldhouse.
I'd take Conseco Fieldhouse over Farmers Bank or whatever you were about to say. It was dope to see the Garden respond the way that he did, and it was even better that Steph was like, let's just get this over with. Let's get this done with as quickly as possible. And I think it was like, what was it, like 12-9? Like, let's get, I'm getting that. I need two. Everybody's here. They're waiting for it. Let's get this over with. 2 threes later, he's the all-time record leader.
I mean, obviously the greatest shooter to ever play. One of the greatest basketball players to ever play, doing it in, I won't say it's the best, but one of the, sacred ground arenas in the league. You know what I mean? And being on that stage, having Spike there, taking
Spike was
pictures.
doing a lot. Spike was doing a lot. Spike was doing a lot.
He was doing a lot.
Spike. Spike's part of the family. But damn.
He was doing a lot. But I'll give him credit. This is why he's Spike Lee. Mm-hmm. This is why he's Spike Lee. Did you see the picture that he took?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, damn.
It was on his Insta. He posted it on his IG.
Oh, on his IG, yeah.
Yeah, he posted a couple of them. Pretty hot.
He looks. We're looking at him, and he looks crazy.
Yeah,
but through his lens, I mean, that's a shot right there.
And that's what he is. Like that's what he's great at. It was cool to see the arena react like that. I think any arena would have. It was obviously a special moment. All of those people there. It's great. There were probably 20,000 people at Madison Square Garden last night. They're all going to be able to say that they saw Steph Curry break the record, and in 5 years, the amount of people telling you that they were there was going to be 35,000, and then in like 10 years, it's going to be like 150,000 people who were there at Madison Square Garden. They're going to be telling their kids. I was there the night because they were actually walking down Madison Avenue when the record was broke. They're going to tell their kids or their grandkids, no, I was at the Garden when Steph broke the record. It was crazy. It was a movie. They're going to be telling, stories.
And now,
for a long time.
with screen record, they can take somebody else's video, screen record. Like, look, you don't believe me? Look, here. Here's my seat. Here, it's on my phone. I was there.
Birdie had a really believable one. Like if you check out Sue Bird's Instagram account, she had a very believable. I think she was in I don't know if she was in a press area or it didn't look high enough to be a box, but it looked like it was it didn't look like it was a regular seat, but it was high enough to where you could just pass off. Like it was, hey, I was there. Look at my screenshot. And it's Birdie's. She had a good one of Steph hitting.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yo,
I think that's a box.
I mean, it's, but no, I do too. But it's it's lower. Like that doesn't look like at the height of a box.
No.
But I just want to hang out with Nick DePaula. Did you see Nick DePaula's video?
Come on, Nick DePaula was like three rows up.
Like he got
for real.
Like you've got to be in good with the person distributing tickets at Madison Square Garden to get where our man Nick was last night, and he had
Nick was like 3 rows up. I said, what?
He had the perfect shot of Steph, and then the back, and then the exchange with Draymond right there. All good stuff to one of the great players of our generation. And the conversation since that shot went in is, there's 2. How many more is he going to hit? And 2, when is Buddy Hield going to break the record?
Oh gosh.
So,
because that's coming next, because they'll tell you.
That's how it works. Steph, Buddy, those are the rules here in Sacramento. So Steph broke the record. It's his. How much is he going to build on it? And then when is Buddy going to break the record? Those are the 2 questions that I have.
Well, Buddy will break the record probably in the next season or 2, because
he's going to hit that many. He's going to try. He's going to try. He might try to break the record tonight. He's like, how many do I got to get up to catch Steph? 2,800. Right.
And he's good. And unfortunately, he's going to get the opportunity.
He probably will. Because he's an elite shooter. In all seriousness, though, Steph is nowhere in the vicinity of slowing down. He's 33 years old?
I think, yeah.
He's got, Reggie Miller, I think, played till he was 39. Or maybe Ray Allen played till he was 39. I can't remember exactly, but I know both of those guys retired late. Like they had really, really long careers. So Steph goes 6-7 more years. Steph goes Tom Brady and plays into his 40s. Man, this record's going to be a beast for someone to reach.
I mean, barring injury, obviously, that's what I was trying to do, figure out his age. Yeah, he's 33 right now, about to turn 34 early next year, it looks like. He could play another 4 or 5 years, like you said. And the way that he can shoot the rock like nobody ever before, he's going to have an opportunity to extend his career like nobody ever.
That's what I mean. Like I can't like Russ. If I don't know how old Russ is, but I can't see Russell Westbrook playing until he's 39 years old.
Not at all.
I just don't think his body can, for the way that he plays and the way that he still play. I don't think his body can hold up that long. Steph doesn't play like that. They're just different games. They're just completely different games. And Steph, I think, is built for longevity. And I think Harden is going to pass Ray Allen. Like Harden's probably easily is going to pass Reggie Miller and Ray Allen. I don't know that, and I think Dame is the only other one. I think Dame is the only other active player in the top 10. I don't think either one of those guys are catching Steph. I don't think James Harden is getting anywhere near Steph because they're all about the same age.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about this here. I don't think anybody gets Steph first and foremost.
No one at all?
I don't think so, because when you look at Steph, he's at 2974, which is essentially 3,000. Rich is in here saying he gets to 5,000. I don't think he gets to 5,000 because it took him 10 years to get to 2 almost. You know what I mean? So I don't, if anybody could do it, obviously it'd be him, but I just don't but I do think he gets another 1,000. So I'll put him at 4, maybe like 4,200. And that's a lot of threes.
Yeah.
That is a ton of threes. And the only one that has a real shot of doing it, in my opinion, is Trey. Because his style, his skill, his ability to shoot threes, he's the only one that has a chance. And I don't think he gets it.
Steph has topped. I want to revisit that, by the way. Steph has topped 200 threes 1, 2, 3, 4 times. He's topped 300 threes 3 times. And of course, that ridiculous 402 year. 337 in 63 games last year is mind-boggling. He's hit 145 in 27 games. 5,000's not outrageous. It's unlikely. But looking at what Steph does, it's not outrageous. 4,000 is almost a given.
Right.
But yeah, 5,000 he'd have to hit some barometers basically from now till the end of his career. Sam Amick just tweeted, sources say Doug Christie will serve as acting Kings coach tonight against the Washington Wizards. Doug Christie will be the Sacramento Kings head coach tonight. And in my opinion, Doug Christie will very likely be the Sacramento Kings head coach on Friday. Again, barring something crazy with Alvin Gentry here, who tested positive for COVID. He's going to have to pass back-to-back COVID tests. He's going to have to get 2 negative results in order for him to get back on the sidelines. The Kings play again on Sunday, and they play again on Monday against the San Antonio Spurs. But as of right now, Doug Christie will be the head coach for the Sacramento Kings tonight. You want to revisit some of that stuff we were talking about 20 minutes ago? Okay, I guess we got to start with the obvious. James Ham will certainly be with us coming up in the, I think he'll be with us around 2:30. It's a game day, so he's got to do some driving. He'll be with us around 2:30. But do you think this was Monty McNair's decision to go with Doug Christie over, I always say his last name wrong, but Mike Lombardi? Mike's been a coach for 20 years.
Yeah.
Doug's been a coach for 20 minutes.
I think so. I do. I think so. And I obviously don't know. I don't know what the hierarchy is, there. But I'm just looking at it, and all shenanigans aside, I figured it would be Doug. Like just Doug. Mainly because that's probably the guy that I know. You know what I mean? Like I don't know Mike like that. I don't know him like that. So I'm more familiar with Doug Christie. And I would think if Alvin Gentry got thrown out of a game, now in this situation, if he wasn't able to coach a game, Doug would be next. I would think that. Like no Vivek, nothing. Like, all right, Doug. You know what I mean? So I think it was Monty's call. And even to this, I know people are like, we joked ourselves, like Vivek has been trying to get this done. But look, even if I'm Monty, I'm like, well, all right, let's give him an opportunity and see what he can do in a head coaching situation.
Yes. I get that. But there's also the Vivek thing there, though. Like, where if I'm Monty, I mean, if Doug is successful, and obviously we hope that he is for multiple reasons, but if Doug is successful, let's go with what I think is. I absolutely believe this is best case scenario. Doug coaches tonight and Friday. and Alvin is back Sunday against San Antonio. Doug is. Let's go with the idea that Doug is successful in these 2 games, and we can stretch it and say they win both these games. It'd be a big win against both teams. Anytime the Kings get a win, it's big.
Yeah.
Get a win now, and everything's free and clear. Alvin comes back, and we won't speculate how the season ends. We'll just say everything plays out. Isn't it immediately back on when we get to the offseason? Hey, Doug was pretty successful that 2-game stint. No need to conduct the coaching search. We got our head coach right here. And immediately, and if Monty says, Vivek, damn it, you're right, pal. Let's do it. Let's hire Doug Christie. Great. But if Monty's like, no, wait a minute. Let's conduct the coaching search. Let's go super optimistic. We had a good finish to the season. Started out rocky the first 27 games, had a solid finish to the season. We made some deals. We have a desire, but let's conduct the coaching search. If Doug is the best candidate, great. What I'm worried about is Monty's legs being cut out from underneath him right out the gate, because we feel like it feels like this is already a thing. Dating back to Luke Walton being fired and everything that went on with Alvin Gentry becoming the interim and the various Woj reports and everything that we've learned since then is, I've questioned for a long time whether ownership meddling in recent years was a real thing or just frustrated Kings fans holding on to stuff that used to happen. And I think we've learned Vivek is still at least in this aspect, he's still very involved.
He's very involved. But load up the sound. I'll still say,
that sound. Okay.
Load up the sound. But
this one?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to sound like. That's what it's going to sound like. But, at the end of the day, Monty still does what he wants to do.
Explain. What do you mean?
Well, if we believe everything, when Luke was fired, Vivek wanted Doug. Monty said no. Let's go with Alvin. Vivek could have wanted him all he wanted. At the end of the day, if that's true, he said, Monty, you got Alvin. If that's true, just on the surface, Vivek wanted Doug. Monty wanted Alvin. Alvin ended up being the coach. So Vivek could want all he wants. At the end of the day, he conceded to the guy that's supposed to be running the basketball thing. No,
he did. You're right. You're right. With a caveat to it. I'm going to concede you Alvin, but I'm going to make sure people know about Douglas Christie. It was the only reason that there was absolutely no reason for Doug's name to be brought up by Adrian Wojnarowski, other than the negotiating tactic, which in I guess Vivek's defense, I can understand not wanting to give Alvin what like a 2 or 3 year extension or whatever they were. I get that. I'd be hey, all the respect in the world for you, but no. We're not doing that. We've got to get through this season. I hope Alvin has a legitimate opportunity to be the head coach.
Me too.
But that other stuff that went on during that time frame leads me to believe he does, but he better be a hell of a lot. He can't fall into a play-in spot, which I feel like is what we could very well be talking about in March. We could be talking about doing the Ric Flair face plant right into a play-in spot because the Kings moved. The Kings moved up last night. Portland is so bad. Phoenix did the Kings a favor, losing 3 straight, ain't won a game in a week. Players only meetings, getting blown out twice, missing free throws to beat Charlotte. All the while, they moved up to 10th. That's what we keep talking about. This is going to be the conversation. Do you want to get better or do you want to go to the play-in? Because they might not be the same thing this year.
Yeah.
And enjoy the play-in because it's definitely disappearing after this year.
And the other thing that I'll say about this is, from everything that we know, we've been told, bringing Luke back was Monty's decision. That's what
Right.
we've been told.
Right.
You know what I mean? So now I'm not foolish about
Better
it.
be, because I'm blaming him for it.
Yeah, look, I'm not foolish about it.
Catching the heat for it.
Just because your boss says, go ahead, do what you want, doesn't mean his wants or like isn't lingering over, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I understand that energy, but
a boss telling you to do what you want means you're going to pay for it later.
Right.
If we throw an idea at Danny, and it's like, hey, Danny, we got this idea. Nah, I don't know if that's going to work. No, Danny, I think it'll work. Okay, go ahead and do what you want. We going to hear about it later if it don't work.
Right. It better hit. Like this better work in a major, not falling into the 10th seed.
That's right.
It better hit.
That's right.
Or else I'm going to get my way.
It won't be trouble.
Yep. So I understand that aspect of it, but yeah, man. I mean, Doug is somebody that, you know, it seems like Vivek believes in and has his eye on and being part of this franchise.
And I'm good with that. I'm a Doug Christie fan.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything bad about him. Like I'm going to root for his success above anything else.
Absolutely. So, and I just looked at this situation. If, you know, say Mike, guys help us with the last name, but say Mike was who Monty wanted, right? And Vivek was standing there like Tupac at the lockers in Juice. And was like,
sup,
Monty, it's time for Doug. And they're on opposite ends. I could see, if I was Vivek, I'd be like, look, man, I gave you Alvin. Can we just at least see what Doug looked like on the sideline? Can we do that? Please. Can we see that this team that responds to nothing and nobody, all right, if they can at least respond to this guy? If it's going to, Monty, it's only going to be 2 or 3 games, hopefully. Just let me see it. I don't think your season isn't hinging on that.
Is it Mike Longobardi? I feel like that's wrong. I feel like that's the wrong way to say it, which is why
my main man Mike. I don't even know what's up his name.
Mike Larry. Mike Longobardi. Hello.
Oh, that reminds me.
Mike
Did
Lowry.
you see? We don't have to spend much time on this at all. This could be a commercial thing. Did you see the guy who wrote the thread on Twitter about what the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was really about? It's like the longest thread ever. But it was and he was, I think he's like a writer. I think he's a writer. I don't think it's like, I didn't take him serious, but it's super in-depth and comprehensive about the Fresh Prince was really like are
you talking about Michael Harriot?
Yeah. Did you see that?
No, I'm sad Netflix removed the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air because it was one of the greatest crime dramas of all time. Wait, you didn't know? The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was about a police informant working undercover to expose a drug cartel.
The thread it has to be about 35 tweets long. And I didn't even get through it all. He just, what a writer. What a writer he is. What an imagination as well.
He is a great writer. I don't know how I missed this. I follow him. I'm a fan. And you're right. This isn't something that can be encompassed in a segment, a commercial. This might not be short enough for an entire show.
I didn't even get through it all.
This is amazing. I think, but
Uncle Phil is a drug lord who the cover was him being a judge.
Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. I am reading this whole thing. I may check out for the next 30 minutes or so. Kenny will take care of everything. Don't worry, Kings. We've got you. Big banks. With all that said, can I tell you, I'm not interested in this drama. I'm not okay with this.
Me neither.
I'm not okay.
Me neither. We don't need that. I'd rather them remake it than have this drama.
I don't think we need
it.
that.
We don't need it. But if you gave me the choice of the two, just remake it like a news show, like a new same type of show, just new characters.
We may feel different when LeBron's house party come out. When LeBron's house party comes out, we might just be like, hey, let's stop this.
LeBron with the Martin reboot.
Oh God. All right. Well, on that note, we'll step out. We'll come back. You mentioned Trey and Steph Curry and him potentially being a candidate. And I think your Luka hate is trickling down the side of your face. And I want to explain. We'll talk about that. We'll get back to the Kings. If you're just tuning in, Doug Christie will coach tonight's game versus the Washington Wizards with Alvin Gentry out after testing positive for COVID. Lots more ahead. D'Lo and KC here on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320.
The only place that you could hear that Doug was going to be the coach is right here.
I don't know how y'all bought that story. Yeah, because never mind. I ain't gonna. We don't need to punch down. I don't know how y'all bought that story about Will moving across the country because he got in one little fight when the Fresh Prince started in 1990. The crack game was too lucrative for Philly dope boys to risk all that drug money by killing a high school kid over b-ball. If you listen closely, Will said it was a couple of guys who were up to no good, and they were making trouble in the neighborhood even before he got in that fight. The fight happened, but there was more to the story. Will was a dope boy who was making too much money, so they had to take him out. The fight was just an excuse, but the plan to take Will out was foiled when the cops showed up. Unbeknownst to Will, the feds had been watching him the whole time, so they gave him two choices. One, he could do a bid for drug trafficking, or two, he could help him take down his supplier's drug operation. Here's where it gets good. Will's supplier was an international drug kingpin, Philip Big Bank Banks. Why would a successful lawyer get involved in drug trafficking? What's that? CounterPro. That's how. Remember, Philip was a poor boy from North Carolina who cared about his people. In exchange for information on civil rights leaders, the FBI offered him a scholarship to Princeton. That decision would haunt him, but there's no way out. Oh, this is good. He was really trying to help his family, but the FBI had him under their thumb with nowhere to turn. So when the CIA wanted to introduce crack into black communities in Southern California, who do you think they chose? Maybe you're wondering, where did Philip get drugs from? Notice Philip never mentions his college roommates. Maybe that's because he doesn't want anyone to know who his plug is. Who else was at Princeton in the 1960s? They'd have to be powerful, corrupt, could launder money, and have a connection to pure proverbian snow. Oh my.
Later in the story, being a trophy wife of a drug pen was beginning to weigh on Aunt Viv. She filed for divorce and threatened Phil with exposing a secret cartel if he didn't give her the house. So Jeffrey killed her and replaced her with the woman you know as light-skinned Aunt Viv.
Wow.
But you know, they think we, quote, all look alike, so the feds didn't notice for years.
But Jazz noticed in the first episode.
It's something different about you. That was funny when he did.
And what
that.
the hell happened to Nikki?
What happened to Nikki?
I don't know.
Nikki was around.
You know who disappeared? The baby from Blackish. They act like they ain't got a baby.
Devontae?
Yeah, Devontae gone.
You know what? I feel like I hadn't seen this last. I was thinking about that today, matter of fact. I haven't really seen the last season that they had of Blackish too much. So I didn't notice. Because look, I never want the show to end.
You know what? I just thought of why they might have they filmed it during COVID. Maybe that's why they kept him away. That just dawned on me right now, that because I was thinking about the episodes, they're also COVID related, and it's like, oh shit,
Yeah.
maybe that's why they didn't have a
Parents
kid
was
out
like,
there.
no, we're
Yeah.
not doing that.
Yeah.
But you know, I love Blackish, but it is time. It is time. Like everybody's getting old. Like even the twins are like 16 years old.
Yeah. They about to do Grownish Part 2 with the twins.
Right.
Like,
Junior's gap year is turned into 3 years. Like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
yeah.
All right. It's crazy. I think I've talked about this before, but they show the replays on CW, and you know, they show the first season, and to see how small Junior was and the twins were, it's crazy how long they've been around. It doesn't feel like they've been around that long, but Junior was a little guy.
Kings fans, if you're just tuning in, Doug Christie will be the coach tonight for the Sacramento Kings, with Alvin Gentry out after testing positive for COVID-19, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. Alvin Gentry's doing just fine. For the most part, asymptomatic, with the exception, is he says, is of a scratchy throat. But it was announced just a few minutes ago. I think it originated from Sam Amick, if I'm not mistaken. Doug Christie will be the coach tonight for the Sacramento Kings. And again, just my guess, I think he'll also be the head coach for the Sacramento Kings on Friday. What happens after that, we'll see. Obviously, we hope Alvin Gentry gets better soon. We hope whatever he's dealing with, and if I'm not mistaken, he's vaccinated and boosted, so the effects of the virus, hopefully for him, are minimal, and he can test negative here real soon and be back on the sidelines for the Kings. But I am anxious to watch Doug. I'm not going to pretend to be partial when it comes to him. I know Doug a lot better than I've known any Sacramento Kings head coach. I've worked closer with Doug than I've worked with anyone in the Kings organization before, and have a better relationship with him than anyone that I've had in the Kings organization before. And I'm going to root for him. I'm going to hope for his success. And I don't know if this is the start of something bigger for him, but I know this team has lost 3 straight. They've been embarrassed in back-to-back games. And Doug is a lot different than Alvin, and he's a lot different than Luke in terms of and he's a whole lot different than Dave Yeager in terms of his demeanor and his personality. I know those aspects of him. From a coaching perspective, I have no idea. I've learned a lot about basketball from Doug Christie, but Doug wasn't coaching me. He was talking to me.
Right.
How he's able to get through these guys, or how he's able to get through to these guys, like, we'll see. And, you know, I know people were really critical of what De'Aaron said the other day about coaches coming from other coaches. Everybody's running the same damn 4 plays. He's not terribly wrong in that regard.
At all. Like,
these guys know what to do. And it's not diminishing coaching. It's not diminishing great coaches. It's certainly not diminishing, you know, Alvin Gentry or Doug Christie. This team, the guys on the floor, they know what to do. Right. Doug has to manage the lineup and the rotations and all of those different things. And if he puts Buddy out there for 30 minutes, best believe tomorrow I'm going to criticize my boy.
Yeah.
But these guys, in terms of execution on the basketball floor, they know what they have to do.
I was really surprised that people were so down on De'Aaron after that press conference. Like, they were low-key pissed. And I didn't get it. I thought he did fine. I thought I disagreed with Matt, because I agreed with pretty much what he was saying. I felt like I understood what he was saying when he was like, and you could even say it was an indirect shot. But once again, Buddy Hield plays hard. As much as myself and you, Damien, we don't like his game or his production or whatever the case may be, you never heard us on here saying he doesn't play hard and he doesn't give everything that he has out there, because he absolutely does. In the off seasons, when it's practice, he works on his game. He plays hard. What De'Aaron was trying to say.
Can I point out something? I tried really hard at chemistry too.
Right.
really hard.
Right.
I tried my ass off.
We joke about it.
Right into barely scraping through with a C-.
Look,
And that's because the teacher liked me, because I was getting a D.
We joke about it. I'll go try hard.
Right.
Sign me up. I'll go try hard. That doesn't mean I'm going to be able to execute and do things. And what Darren was essentially saying was like, just playing hard isn't enough. Like, yeah, you got to play hard. You got to do some stuff. Defensively, I agree with Matt's assessment, where it was like, look, man, sometimes we're looking at you. That can't be the hardest you're playing on defense. Like you're lying to yourself. You're like, we're just always playing hard. But like, you can play as hard as you want if somebody is messing up the coverages that they have, or if you're running an offense but the guy's going a heartbeat too soon, it throws everything off. You got to be sharp with what you're saying. And I was really surprised that people were, I don't know if upset was the right word, but they quote unquote weren't buying what he was just saying a bunch of words. I was surprised by that.
I think those people who were upset with De'Aaron's press conference or minimized De'Aaron's press conference were already unhappy with De'Aaron. And like, De'Aaron could have said, guess what, everybody? I found a cure for COVID. Everybody can go back to living a normal life. Those people would be like, oh, you got defense against COVID, but you ain't got defense against Russell Westbrook, huh? Oh, okay, I see how it is. You're out here ready to stop this virus from getting to everybody, but you can't stop somebody from getting to the basket. Like, those people were looking for a reason to be frustrated anyways. And nothing De'Aaron says is going to help. Mm-hmm. It's only going to matter what De'Aaron does. Mm-hmm. And if he's not doing something on the floor, because we've got it in our head, and I don't know if this is Michael Jordan syndrome or this is star syndrome. I don't know what this is. But we've got it in our head that basketball it's one guy. And I know we the lottery, the draft, free agency, we build it up every year as if one guy can change the fortunes of a team. And in time, maybe they can. Mm-hmm. But that team has work to do. LeBron, his multiple stints in Cleveland, Miami, Los Angeles, they have work to do to be title contenders. LeBron is the catalyst. But to be a true title contender, as we're seeing in Los Angeles, the organization has work to do. Mm-hmm. I still believe De'Aaron could be the player I still believe De'Aaron will be the player we want him to be. I hope it's here, but we're tying all our success to that guy only because we think basketball teams are led by one guy, mm-hmm. and they're not. And short of him, like, I don't know, would people have felt better if De'Aaron went to the podium and what our man Kamara called it a word salad? Would people have felt better if LeBron or if De'Aaron just went to the podium and said, look, I'm trying, but like 7 guys I play with on a nightly basis suck. Would everybody have felt better about that? I feel like he was trying to give an honest assessment. And people just and I get this, people just don't want to hear talking anymore. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it was De'Aaron who was talking, so he got the brunt of it.
Yeah. And especially when,
and as we've learned now, no one cares when Tristan talks. No. Like Tristan talks, no one cares.
Miss P said it earlier today after some more stuff came out. Big box.
You ready? You ready?
Stats only. Stats only. We don't even have to elaborate on the stats. Tristan had 14 and 10 last night. Leave it at that.
The end.
Leave it at that.
When we redo the studio for 2022, I'm gonna have a box next to me with Tristan, Deshaun. What's our boy's name? Is it Trevor Bauer?
Yes.
The Dodgers. Put him in there. We're gonna have an actual box. We're gonna put all that stuff in there. Tristan is in the box.
Yeah. But I think people, and understandably so, kind of nitpick the situation, and you can see moments when De'Aaron isn't locked in on the defensive end. Like, you see a one-on-one situation where he's not locked in, and people hear him explaining that, and it's like, bro, like we don't say it's not, playing hard, because we see you where you seemingly don't look like you're playing hard. But like I don't know. And nobody's been, harder on De'Aaron Fox this year than me, I don't think. But
Sure.
what he said made perfect sense to me. And there's still room for him to get better. And I saw a situation where he may have to figure out what needs to be done to change the fortunes here and with his own game. He still may be figuring that out. And he said something also in that press conference that kind of like stood out to me. And I wanted to get your thoughts on it. We'll get to whatever the hell you're about to say about Luka. Because
that's for later. We got 3 hours. You're listening.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You got this Luka hate. It's dripping like right by your beard, right here. I can see it.
Like Ultimate Warrior,
like the Papa Shango. Yeah, you got that as Luka hate. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento on Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge.
But he talked about, and I think you have the clip maybe still, I don't know, about winning and how he's won everywhere. Here's what De'Aaron Fox said after the game in Toronto about he's won everywhere before he got here.
Until I got here. So, I mean, I hadn't lost until I got here. So, my first 18 years of life, 19 years of life, every step that I played basketball, I was winning something. So, I don't know how you do that, make it to the NBA, and then now you just don't care about winning. Everybody talks about, if you get paid, blah, blah, blah. Nobody likes to lose, regardless of what level you're on. Whether if you're getting paid or if you're playing for free, nobody likes to lose. So, I think it's a dumb question. Obviously, not to you, but obviously everybody wants to win.
I got so many fun because I don't know the history of De'Aaron Fox, and everything isn't the same for everybody. But one thing that stuck out when he said that was he's always won. He's always won. First 18, 19 years of his life, he's always won. Mm-hmm. And you're not always going to win. There's some people that always win. Like, I guess LeBron. Yeah, I guess LeBron.
I mean, for 7 years. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about because measurements for winning are different.
Right, but LeBron, I think the first year in the league, they were rough, and then he made the playoffs ever since then.
Right, but but as you know, like going to the playoffs isn't enough when you're LeBron.
Right, but that still wasn't 32 and 50 or what. Like, he was having some form of success, and it was just building blocks. Right, it was steps, and De'Aaron hasn't even been able to take the steps with the Sacramento Kings. And I don't know, it just kind of stuck out to me as like when you've always won and you're put in a situation where like at this point it's not easy anymore. Like you don't have these great teammates or you're not superior to everybody around you. Like you're going to have to figure some stuff out. Like you can't just step on the floor and win anymore. And I'm not saying De'Aaron isn't trying to figure out what it's new. It's a new challenge that it seems like he never has had to experience. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's the reason for, the up and down play, the up and down emotions and reactions. Like he doesn't know how to deal with this. He's just so used to winning, he don't know how to deal with it. And it just stuck out hearing that. That's the first thing I thought about when he said, I've always won from 18 to 19 years old. First 18, 19 years. I've always won. There are lessons learned in losing. And there's lessons, not just losing a game, but being on a team that's not the best.
So why do you think we've gotten to this point now? Because this isn't his first 27 games with Sacramento. Mm-hmm. This isn't his first 27 games losing. I think he's lost. I saw the number today. he's lost 59%. He's won 41% of the games he's played. So he's lost 59% on the spot math here. I try math. I try really hard at math. He's lost 59% of the games that he's played. This is his 5th year. No lessons learned in the first 4?
You would think so.
Now, I have a theory. Rookie, you're getting a feel for the league. Second year, if I recall correctly, second year was the kind of shut everything down. No, second year that was Jaeger. That was 39.
Off. Yeah, that's when he took off.
That was 39. So that was okay. Rookie year, whatever, getting used to the league. 39 wins. Dave Yeager, that second year, look, we're ascending. Look, we're doing something. Look, we're building something. Third year, some hiccups. COVID shuts everything down. Fourth year, abbreviated season. I don't have an excuse for why they're all over the place last year. Of course, he gets sick at the very end. He alone plays really well. And maybe that's why, maybe this is the first time, since that first Luke Walton year in the very beginning, training camp headed in, that there were expectations, clear cut expectations. Because if I remember correctly, and my time frame always gets fuzzy. I think Vladdy went into the Hall of Fame, and I remember Vladdy being on the jump, being asked specifically, an old basketball show that used to air on ESPN. I remember specifically
shots of Richard Jefferson on NBA Today.
Yeah, they do that.
That was funny.
I remember them asking him about the Kings making the playoffs, and he just said, I want the team to get better. 39 wins last year. Like, I want them to, I just want to continue to get better and continue to improve. No, at least outwardly, no clear, this is the goal. These are our expectations. None of that was there. And so maybe this is the first year, and maybe it's why it's so hard for De'Aaron, and maybe it's why he sounded borderline emotional in that in that answer to James Ham, that he is clearly failing to live up to expectations. His team, and I think to a degree himself. Maybe that's the difference between this year and the previous years in losing with
expectations. 100%. And there was like you mentioned, expectations for the team and expectations individually, where we're saying he should be an all-star. It's 25 and 9, and he's not playing bad. Like, he's not playing bad, but he's not living up to the expectations that the fans, the media had of him. Maybe he had of himself, and trying to navigate through that and deal with that. It could be extremely frustrating, and he hasn't always handled it right. Like, clearly, like what happened after the first Toronto loss. Somebody said, you can't do that, bro.
Yeah. Yep.
Whether it's a team, it's somebody in his circle, like, you can't do that.
Which is why I wonder if De'Aaron is sitting back, whether he hears it or not, hearing criticism, whether it's from fans or anyone else. I know we're the only radio station here who covers the Kings. Is De'Aaron sitting back like the drop? What more do you want from me? Like, y'all said, don't slouch. Don't give one-word answers. Talk for more than 2 minutes. Okay. I talked. I gave you 90-second answers. I gave you 2-minute answers. I poured my heart out. And some of y'all are still mad.
Right.
I wonder if that's an aspect that he's not like quite sure, like he dealing with adversity, and then now feeling like for really probably you talk about first, probably for the first time in his entire playing career, from a kid to Kentucky to now, where he feels like people are turning against him.
Right.
And he's looking around like he's like Denzel at the end of training. Y'all gonna do this to me? Y'all are gonna do this to me? After all I did for you, mother effers, y'all gonna do this to me?
and I feel like yesterday would have been the time when he would say that, because I said it, you agreed. I came on there, I said, look, man, if I'm gonna go hard at De'Aaron Fox for what he did after that first Toronto loss, I have to acknowledge that he didn't do that again. And he showed up like a man, like we were asking him to do 3-4 weeks ago. He showed up, he spoke. Yeah, he did that. And I'm like, all right, you did that, you've learned, you're trying to make strides to do something better. But everybody else, that don't matter. That's just a fool. He didn't say anything. He didn't even tell the truth. If I'm De'Aaron, and this is maybe a flaw of mine or a character flaw of mine or whatever, I'm like, well, I'll just never talk to you guys again. Like, what's the point?
For real.
What's the point? Yep. You know what I'm saying? If I don't do anything, you're going to be on my head. If I come up here and I give you what I deem is the going on, it doesn't even have to necessarily be right or anything. This is just the way I see it.
Yeah.
If you guys are still going to act like that, then I'll be an hour and a half late and never talk to you guys. You know, have my hood back on, because you're going to treat me the same anyway. So what's the point? So
completely agree.
Yeah, I was just really, I didn't mean to get on a segment long tangent about that, but I was surprised
4 hours
that a lot of people were critical of De'Aaron after that press conference and his explanation for everything. And I understand the frustrations. I'm there too about talking is whatever at this point. But yeah, I didn't see it the same way as other people.
But I'd rather have him, and this is exactly what you were just saying. You could say talking is minimal. Like, I would rather hear De'Aaron say that than Tristan. I'm not going to come out here and praise Tristan for a 2-minute answer in which he goes out there and says, you know, we're losing to teams who aren't even trying to win. And TT, TT. I ain't gonna do that. And then turn my nose up at De'Aaron Fox when he essentially comes out and does the same thing. We're not mad at what he said. We looked at Tristan like, yeah, TT. What we weren't saying is, we know you can't do anything about it because you play 10 minutes a night, but at least we know it's being said. Go on, TT. With De'Aaron, it's like, oh, he's saying it, and he's one of the people who could do something about it. Yeah. But to me, that's my issue. That's why I just refuse to be willing. I'm not giving up on De'Aaron Fox, because he's a person who can do something about it.
Yes.
If this team can't get better, if there are elements to the Sacramento Kings that don't get better with moves of the rest of the roster, then fine. I'll throw this on De'Aaron's shoulders. I would exercise every option I have if I'm Monty McNair to build around De'Aaron right now.
I agree.
And even if that's my man Harrison, then that's my man Harrison. Buddy, Bagley, everybody else I'm fine with. But I just still don't believe you trade someone as talented as I believe De'Aaron Fox is.
I agree 100%.
And I can say all that knowing he needs to get better defensively, by the way.
He needs to get better in a lot of aspects, and he's working on that. But even when I'll clarify it, because there was tweets that I had specifically after the OKC game where I said, De'Aaron ain't it. Mm-hmm. And what I meant by that is, I don't think he's the type of guy that you can just build around by himself. Right? Like, you got De'Aaron, he gonna give you 25 and 9 every night. You can put that in pen, in permanent marker. He's not that guy. But that doesn't mean he's not a foundational piece to a franchise. He absolutely is that, in my opinion. You just need, once again, either somebody just as good or better on the roster with him, or a group of guys that are just super solid, right? Like, if you put De'Aaron on the Memphis Grizzlies with all the guys that they have, that they're not great, but they're solid as hell, like, you'd be fine.
Yeah.
There's a handful, 5 to 7 guys in this league that, you know, realistically, I would move De'Aaron for. There's not a lot, but you can say that about 5 to 7 guys. Like, you can say that about just name a star like Dame Lillard in Portland. As much as they love him, there's guys that they would move Dame Lillard for. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
you go and other places around. Hell, even Jaylen Brown. Like
Mhm.
there's guys that they would move Jaylen Brown for. Giannis becomes available. Yes, Boston is moving Jaylen for Giannis.
It's a tiny number.
Yeah,
But yes, yeah.
and that's
I got
but
you.
that's the same kind of way I feel about De'Aaron. Like it's not a huge number of players
Mhm.
that you would move on for. So I'm with you. He needs to be here. Do I still have my reservations about whether or not he can be the best player on a team that's like super successful? Absolutely.
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean he's no good or we don't want him here or I don't want him here. That's not the case at all. Not at all.
Shams just tweeted the variant has hit the NBA. The NBA's first known player case of the COVID variant was discovered in a recent positive COVID-19 test.
Mm.
Well, that's a problem. And it leaves me wondering, was that a Kings player? Because I know they was doing all them tests today after Alvin Gentry. And I think James tweeted this, so it's okay to say. I think there are, I need to pull James' tweet back up because I saw two things in successive order. I think there are 3 Sacramento Kings who are not vaccinated.
Mm.
Potentially. A league source said all but 3 Kings players were vaccinated. We'll talk, unfortunately, more about this. We'll talk more about the Kings. We see some questions about Tyrese Halliburton. We'll talk about that as well. We'll get to the Steph Curry stuff.
And I know we're heavy on the Kings in basketball right now, but big news in the NFL as well. You see that? Should I say it now or just save it for later?
Tease it because I don't even know what it is. I'm coming back with more D'Lo and KC next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
So
DeAndre?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I didn't the name didn't register with me knowing the guy yesterday, but Kevin James, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
What the
Absolutely
hell?
ridiculous.
So I retweeted the tweet where the guy goes, Kevin James is unrecognizable as Sean Payton in the new Netflix movie. The guy goes, no, I'm pretty sure that he looks exactly like Kevin James.
Exactly. Yeah, he looks exactly like him.
Oh, man.
Which is nothing like what Sean Payton looks like. All right. All right.
They really tried to turn Sean Payton getting suspended by the NFL into ladybugs. Oh, man.
Oh, jeez.
El Dorado Hills cop.
Oh, jeez.
Every chance that I get.
Oh, man. Can y'all hit the thumbs up, by the way, while you're here, please?
D'Lo KC, who would you want / hate having to play you in a story about your life?
Who would you want? Who would I want to play me? Well, obviously Idris Elba.
See, I don't think I think it
That's
just
like Kevin James playing Sean Payton. It's the same thing. That's the same thing.
I think I could, yeah, Idris. Don Cheadle. Nah.
When in reality, it's probably Kid.
He makes his cinematic return.
or the obvious. Thanks, Joe Decker. There's the obvious.
Oh yeah, Tyrese would be a mess on the set.
It's a good one though. Tyrese could play KC.
I mean, the obvious answer also is Joe. If Joe wanted to make his his cinematic debut, that would be that. You guys saying JB Smooth.
Is JB Smooth is the one in the commercials, right? With the
the Caesars.
Yeah.
The Caesars sportsbook commercials. That's a good question. I have to think about that. What?
Oh no, we can't do that to KC. Come on, man. Like Ricky Starks, I'll own it. Like that's fine. I had to ask some people, hey, do I really? When I was like, hey, do I look like this guy? And I showed the phone to somebody, and they burst into laughter. I was like, okay, I guess I do.
I guess I do have a little something there.
Chris has the right gifts with like the glasses on, where it's like, I ain't mad. Like, all right, I guess there are worse things that could be.
Oh man, look here. If Deion Cole played me, that would be a funny movie.
Oh, that'd be great.
That'd be a funny movie. The guys are closed. Yeah. We're going to talk about on the show, but did you see the video of the kid choosing Jackson State?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that was a hell of a pop, too.
Yeah, that was pretty dope. On the Odyssey app, on 1320 AM, of course, on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. You can watch the show live and on demand. Of course, you could subscribe to the D-Lo and Casey podcast, wherever you get podcasts from, as well. As we had noted right before we went to commercial break, Shams tweeted that the Omicron variant has entered the NBA, the first known positive test on a player for the new COVID-19 variant has been detected in an earlier test. Of course, that's on the heels of Alvin Gentry testing positive for COVID-19, Doug Christie being named the interim head coach tonight against Washington. Everything, of course, will be monitored on a daily basis, but the Kings play tonight against Washington at the Golden One Center. They play again on Friday against the Memphis Grizzlies at the Golden One Center. They play again Sunday against the San Antonio Spurs. And then I think they play Monday at the Chase Center, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot of basketball. There's a lot of basketball ahead for the Sacramento Kings in short order. So first and foremost, we hope that Alvin Gentry remains asymptomatic or mostly asymptomatic, could get healthy and back on the sidelines very, very, very soon. And of course, we wish our man Doug Christie the absolute best in his head coaching debut tonight. So you mentioned there was an NFL story too. We should touch on that. DeAndre, it's a pretty big story.
Yeah,
DeAndre Hopkins being shut down for the season
by
the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah,
and that's going to be interesting. I know they say he's expected to miss the rest of the regular season, so his season isn't over. They expect to have him back by the playoffs, but I mean, you just never know how that's going to respond, how that's going to work out. You know, you may think, yeah, he'll be back for the playoffs, but will he? And then when he is back for the playoffs, is he going to be ready? Is he going to be 100%?
Yeah.
What's going on there? I did a deep dive. Well, not that deep. I just looked at the standings.
I did a deep dive. Really, Kenny? What'd you do? I looked at a website. I went to Wikipedia.
I did. Well, the deep dive came because I started looking at schedules and looking at stuff. Arizona is the 3 seed right now. That loss on Monday knocked them out of the number 1 seed in the NFC. And I don't know if they're getting it back.
Packers? Bucks?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know if they're getting it back. And not only I don't know if they're getting it back, they're not a lock to win that division.
Yeah, it was a big win for Los Angeles the other night. Absolutely.
So they could go. We came in Monday with Arizona at number 1. Conceivably, there's a scenario where they're 5. Even if they win a division, they could be 4 because they play the Cowboys in like 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on some situation, like
Cowboys quietly still winning football games.
Yeah, and they've got
4 losses on the season, I think.
Yeah, they've got a ridiculously easy schedule to close it out as well. But say, for instance, you know, they beat the Cowboys and they finished 3. Niners are kind of lurking. So always
thank you.
Somebody 3 teams in a row, or 3
That's all
times
that's all I was waiting for. I was waiting for the 49ers to get worked into the conversation. Like I'm waiting for the scenario where the 49ers win the West.
No, we can't do that.
Oh, okay.
I was just
waiting.
They're going on the road. They're going on the road. We'll talk about how that might not be much of a big deal at all.
Okay. We could do it later.
I mean,
we want to.
We could do it now, or we. Could
we give that's a tease. It's a tease. Kenny, it's here's the tease. It's never happened before. Kenny's going to tell us why the 49ers are going to do something awesome.
Hey, man.
Never happened before on this show.
Hey, I'm not saying they're going to do anything. I'm just telling you, they do some things, man. They do some things. For the
most part with the Kings. You're pretty like even. Like you might go up a little bit. You might do crazy things like offer Buddy Hield an extension after a couple of decent games. You do a couple of things like that.
The media just throws anything out there.
You get tantalized by Marvin Bagley, but I think for the most part, like you never get. But let the 49ers win 1 week. Man, we've got a Super Bowl scenario played out. Like my man firmly believes we're going to be broadcasting live from Las Vegas, where the 49ers will be going for like their 3rd Super Bowl in 4 years or something at that point.
Well, no. See, that's cap.
Oh,
we're just going to be broadcasting live from Las Vegas just because.
Oh, okay.
Like it could be the Browns and the Lions. We're going to be there.
Who'd pick the Browns to go to the Super Bowl? What sort of idiot would do that?
They can win the division. What you talking about?
They can do. Well, they could. They could. Yeah, they're going to play a football game on Saturday. So,
look, man,
they could without a coach. Maybe Doug Christie is going to coach the Browns too.
I keep it real as I see it with the 49ers. That's what it is. When they beat the Bears, I didn't say nothing.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you added that. I keep it real as I see it when it pertains to the 49ers. I appreciate
look, I told you guys when everybody said they suck and everything, I told you what the formula was. I told you, it's not that they suck. I told you why they were losing.
Yeah. And you did a deep dive into the stats and saw, hey, if they stop turning the ball over, maybe they'll win a football game here.
And when they stop turning the ball over and making third down pass interference problems, all of a sudden they're putting up 28, 30 points a game and winning games. Formula's simple with them. Now, can they execute it? Because they didn't execute it 2 weeks ago. So when you know what you're supposed to do, can you actually do it is the question.
Ah, yes, the story of our teams here on ESPN 1320, the 49ers, the Kings. You know what you're supposed to do, but can you get it done?
And John Bull says, I didn't say anything when they beat the Bears. He says it in a question mark. Oh, no, I absolutely said something to you, John, when they beat the Bears. That definitely said something to you and Ramsey. But I didn't say they were back because they beat the Bears. No.
49ers are in a good spot because the NFC looks stunningly similar to the Western Conference.
Oh, man.
It's just you get to the bottom of that playoff picture and it's like, oh boy, this is what we got, huh? Now in football, it's a lot different because it's just, hey, just go out there and win a game and see what happens, or see if you can win a game. But there could be some good teams in here at the end, like good. They fought their way to get to that 6-7 spot, or you could have some guys just falling into these spots. The 49ers, I think, are fighting and earning a spot right here, but you know, there's still 4 games left.
I think Minnesota could be, you know, a sneaky team that gets in there. Like if Minnesota does what they're supposed to do, win some games to get that 7th spot, I would look at them as an all right team. Like they got weapons, they can do some things.
I'll never trust them.
Oh,
I'll never trust them, and I'll never trust him.
I ain't picking them. I ain't even picking them to cover. I'm just saying they have an opportunity. They're much friskier than the football team or the Panthers or
really. You think so? More than Washington?
Football team weak.
No, that's how I feel about it. They don't think Minnesota's any better.
I don't know if they play yet this year, but if they play,
I like Ron.
I think Minnesota would beat the brakes off of the football team. And Minnesota just lost Logan Thomas for the year. So they lost Chase Young and Logan Thomas. It's getting bleak out there, and I ain't talking Memphis. Philly is the one that I can't.
Yeah, I can't figure that one out. You know, Atlanta's 6-7, by the way.
Atlanta's playing good football. They're not really a good team, but they're sneaky. They're real sneaky. Cordell Patterson's going crazy right now. Cordell Patterson is like
3, 4, 5. There are 5, 6, and 7 teams. I'll repeat that because I realized it sounded weird. 5, 6, and 7 teams.
Wow. Bars. I need to incorporate that into Drake bars. 5, 6, and 7.
If they ever happen again. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
We have new merch to drop if the Kings ever win a basketball game.
Kings holding up production.
Shout out Dave Garcia.
Yeah. But they Falcons are by no means is this game on Sunday. I mean, they're serious. No means is it like some kind of cakewalk. Falcons they're not, I don't think they're like this good team, but they have some good ball players and they're playing hard right now. And they're playing with some confidence. So yeah, I got my eye on Atlanta, man, this Sunday.
You want to explain to me, but we got power rankings coming up. We've got to get to the Steph Curry record, the Luka Doncic, Trae Young stuff. Back to the Kings and the Wizards tonight. We got James Ham set to join us about an hour from right now. You want to explain to me the 49ers going on the road is no big deal?
Well, I didn't say it was no big deal.
I misheard.
49ers, I'll put it to you like this. They're not afraid of going on the road. I think this is a team that plays playoff style football, late season playoff style football with the way they run the ball. And I don't really care what people think or say. The 49ers defense is tough. I remember what I said the other day. The boys are tough. They're not the most talented defense. They're not like you go down the depth chart and, they got studs and 5-star guys, blue chippers left and right. It's not that. But they got enough blue chippers and they don't back down. They're not soft.
Mm-hmm.
And I can ride with that. I'd like them to be better, but I can ride with that. So the defense is fine. The offense can run the football. You got an absolute blue chipper in Debo. You got an absolute blue chipper in George Kittle. And here's the thing.
Blue chipper right there.
That's blue chipper right there. We can say that about 4 times for the 49ers. Right? That's blue chipper right there. But the thing that I was doing some research and was thinking about, do you know the 49ers road record over the last 3 seasons? That includes last year when they were homeless for most of the season.
I don't.
In the last 3 seasons, the 49ers are 17-6 on the road.
Okay.
17-6.
It's impressive.
I know the one game they lost in 2019 was at the buzzer to Baltimore. That was the only road game they lost. Last year, they got beat up a couple of times. New Orleans beat them up. Seattle beat them up. They had some tough games on the road this past year. This year, they lost at Arizona by 1 score. And what was the other road loss? Can't even think of it right now. I don't know. I'm trying to do it off the top of my head, but yeah, I think they're 5-2 on the road this year. It's not bad. So I say all that to say they go on the road to Dallas or to
Lost to
Tampa
Seattle
Bay.
on the road.
Oh yeah, I lost on the 1 yard line to Seattle on the road. I mean, I ain't saying they perfect. I'm
Impressive.
just saying,
I mean,
like this team is built
let's see.
to be able to have an opportunity to win on the road in the playoffs. 100%.
Okay, let's put some context into this. They lost to Arizona on the road, and who did we say? Seattle. Okay,
Seattle.
so that means they beat Detroit
Mm-hmm.
on the road. They beat Philadelphia on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Chicago on the road,
Mm-hmm.
and they beat the Jacksonville Jaguars on the road.
And they beat Cincinnati.
And they beat Cincinnati. Is it right? They beat the Cincinnati Bengals on the road.
And the only real, well, they played
You
Tennessee.
waving the flag for any of those? Except for the last one. I'll give you the last one.
Philadelphia might make the playoffs.
They might.
You got 2 playoff
Might
teams.
not. But they might.
Yeah, look.
Right now, is Cincy in the playoffs right now?
They might be out
That
because they went from
that
like
whole
wild card,
division went to hell.
possibly
Yeah.
being the leader in the division to being out. Maybe.
No, they're right. They're tied. Like they're out due to a tiebreaker. They're 7-6, along with Cleveland, Buffalo, and Indianapolis. Gosh, what a wild turn of events with that freaking division. Then you got 6. You know this. This happens it's going to come down to that damn tie. 6-1.
They need to get rid of the tie, man.
They need to get rid of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh my.
Okay, not the whole state. I don't want to see them in the postseason.
I don't
good
either.
there.
I don't either. There's no need for that. We don't need to see that. But I'm just saying, if the Niners played the Cowboys in the playoffs, I think they'd have a good opportunity.
But that's not really a road game.
It's not.
Come on now. The 49ers playing in Dallas
Well,
is not a road game.
Us taking over that stadium going to be crazy.
I'm not even going to argue with that. I completely agree. While we're here on football, because I'm really not 100% confident when we'll get back to this. We got some other things we want to talk about. I want to get to the Steph Curry stuff as well and get back to the Kings. Do you want to?
Hey,
You ready for that?
I'm always ready.
I just come from the poet's part.
Literally off every time. It's the weirdest thing. You want to lead us off?
I'm like locking sinks in
Maybe
my
I
ear.
heard it a little bit before you. I'm not really sure. The internet has been like the Kings defense with us the last couple of days. Just unreliable and sporadic. You want to lead us off? This was tough. I had fun with this, but it was tough. I think I left, and I said this last week. I think I left a couple of good teams. I had to. I had a tough time. I had a tough time with mine.
This one was a little interesting for sure. There was a lot going on. Okay, I'll put it that way. There was a lot going on, but I think I'm okay with where I'm at with it.
Okay, what do we got?
So, we'll go backwards. All right, we'll go number 5. And look, man, I'm not a hater. Been disrespecting this team all year long, saying they won't get into my power rankings. Well, look, they did what they had to do. They're there.
Okay.
Nothing we can do about it. Number 5 is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right.
Okay.
Underranked for weeks in my power rankings. They made it.
But yep. Okay.
So they're 5.
Okay.
Number 4 is the Arizona Cardinals. They were previously number 2.
Okay.
They took that L. I almost got them all the way out of the paint, but I said, no. This was before the D-Hop stuff, though. I don't know. That changes stuff. That changes things. But I have them in number 4. Number 3, moving up one spot, is the New England Patriots. They were 4 last week and got them moving up one spot. They're number 3. Number 2, moving up one spot as well, Kansas City Chiefs. And number 1 for another week is the Green Bay Packers, who beat the hell out of the Bears, even though the Bears got every single break they could get on Sunday night. Remember I said I wasn't going to watch that game?
I do remember.
Had all plans not to watch that game. I go to eat. Shout out to the people at Oz over on Elk Grove Boulevard. The game's all through the restaurant. So what the hell is this?
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up seeing it.
Well, it's a football game, and you were probably the only one boycotting it.
They could have turned.
Like you
that.
were actively boycotting it.
I was so ready, and I didn't even plan to go to dinner. My guy, shout out AJ. He said, "Hey man, we going to Oz, man. Me and the family going to the Oz, man. Why don't you and Jazz and all them come over?" And I was like, "All right." So I get in there thinking, I'll just have a dinner free of Packers, Bears. No. On about 15 TVs all throughout the restaurant. Packers, Bears. And guess who's on Monday night? How the hell do they get 5 national TV games every year and they stink?
Well, who's they?
The Bears.
Oh, yeah.
Why are they on Monday Night Football?
I don't know. I don't know.
Terrible.
You got to get hot at me.
Mm-hmm.
Playing Minnesota, too. So you talk about games I'm not watching. I think we got Warriors Kings that day. Hard pass, bro. Hard pass. I had the Cardinals at number 1 last week. I originally wrote them in at number 5. Like, I can't knock them out. But then I looked around at my power rankings and go, wait a minute. I can't put them at 5 if I don't have the Rams in here. I don't think there's a massive discrepancy between those two teams. So the power rankings are top 5. If you stretch the paper out a little bit further, you'd see the Cardinals there at number 6. I put the Rams at number 5. You have the Green Bay Packers at number 1 on your KC power rankings. I have the Green Bay Packers at number 4.
Well,
on my
number 1
rankings.
seed in the NFC. Well,
cool. It's a great story. Tell me more.
They might have the best. They got the best record in football.
It's a great story. This happened before with the Pittsburgh Steelers last year. Not buying it. Buying these 3 teams more. Number 3, my New England Patriots.
Well, we got them at the same spot.
Got them at number 3. Number 2, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And number 1, back like they never left, the God himself, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Kansas City Chiefs. So I got Chiefs at number 1, Bucks, Patriots, Packers, and the Rams at number 5. I feel like, 2 of the hottest teams in football are the 2 teams that went to the Super Bowl last year. It took the Chiefs a little while to get going, but they're off and running. The Bucks have been pretty steady. I feel like so steady, like almost quiet the entire year. I think Trista hit us with a low key trash for the Bucks and the Rams. I'm not with her on that one. Like I don't think like super highly of the Bucks, but the way that they're playing right now, you put them in a playoff game, I'm probably going to pick them.
Yeah. Understandable. And their schedule is pretty soft in the season.
Oh, it's been soft for like 10 weeks.
Yeah.
It's been soft for a minute.
They've got a very, very soft schedule. So they might be the number 1 seed. The interesting thing about the Chiefs, though, is this game tomorrow is a big game. It's a good game, and it's a big game. It's essentially for first place in the AFC West. And just some of the things that I see and what I've been going about, I think the winner probably wins the division. More so if it's the Chargers. Like if the Chargers win tomorrow, I think they'll go on and finish that whole thing off and win the AFC West. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out in Los Angeles, but there's going to be a ton of Chiefs fans there. So,
shout out to Central Valley King here on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. It's one of my favorite questions that come up when we're talking football. Or who have the Chiefs beaten? Well, look around the NFL. You could ask that question of just about everybody. Like if you want to talk about strength of schedule of the 5 teams that I just listed in my power rankings, probably the Patriots would be the best. Maybe the Packers would be up there.
Yeah, maybe.
I know it ain't the Bucks. It sure as hell isn't the Bucks.
No,
I don't know. Maybe I mean there are a lot of.
I guess I'd say Packers, but it ain't the Patriots. The Patriots beat the Bills. I think that's the only team and they beat the Chargers, but the Chargers aren't even on the list.
No one
might make the playoffs.
No one. Okay, Central Valley King lost all credibility because he just said Tampa Bay. Bam. you might want to go take a peek at the Bucs schedule. The Bucs have been coasting since drunken Tom Brady got off that boat. Like, their schedule was not difficult at all. Powerless rankings. The Jaguars grabbed that number 1 spot, and I'm not sure that there's any. The Lions may never. If the Lions don't score again, I might not take the Jaguars out of that spot just because of the Urban Meyer, Mike Vrabel handshake. Jacksonville and Urban Meyer. You know what? I'm going to change this. Powerless rankings. At number 5 are the Giants. Number 4, the Jets. Number 3, the Lions. Number 2, the Texans. And number 1, Urban Meyer.
Oh,
It's no longer the Jacksonville Jaguars. It is Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer is number 1 on my Powerless rankings.
I was listening to some podcast or something. They said, I think the Jags play the Texans this week, and it's going to be a historic event because it's going to be the only time in the history of the NFL that we will get a Urban Meyer, David Cutley handshake after the game.
Oh, my.
Because they'll never play each other again, one way or another, whether they're both gone or one of them is gone. They'll never go up against each other.
Hey, this
again.
is a big 1 versus 2 matchup.
For the worst record.
Powerless rankings. This is number 1 versus number 2. Let's go. Let's go.
My Powerless rankings, I didn't change them. I probably should, but I got the Texans at the worst team. Jets, Jags, Lions, and the Bears are still in there.
Let's step out. Let's get back to basketball here. I want to talk more about Steph breaking the record. When will Buddy Hield break it? We'll talk about the Kings. We'll talk about Doug Christie. Lots more ahead. James Ham's going to join us about 45 minutes or so here on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320. John, can you text me that link that you just put in the screen? I can't click on that here. Can you either text that to me or no? Just text it to me. I need to see that. I see what y'all are talking about, but because I can't get that verified anywhere, we can't. I'm not going to say that out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up? I know I just said that. Sorry, say it again. You guys killed it yesterday. We blew past 200. We hit 254 yesterday. So if you could, I think there's over 200 in YouTube right now. There sure is. So if y'all could hit the thumbs up, man, we really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
I got you, John. Thank you.
Turn this fan off.
You said turn it on or turn it off?
Usually, like when I wear hoodies and stuff like that,
Yeah, Marvin's in health and safety protocols. Okay.
Well, hopefully it doesn't spread.
Yeah.
We begin to rock, steady, steady rocking all night long.
Good looking out on that, John. I saw you guys talking about it. Port here. Saw CJ's getting better. That's good.
That is good. Yeah, Bob, that is a little before my time.
Kyle Kuzma's in health and safety protocols tonight. I think we already knew that, but Rui Hachimura's out also.
Mm.
He's in return to competition reconditioning. Oh, man.
New Edition is going on tour, and predictably, they're not coming to Sacramento. This is ridiculous. Although Cordier is going to be in Sacramento, Jack Harlow is going to be in Sacramento, Wildin' Out is going to be in Sacramento.
Okay.
But New Edition, Jodeci, and Charlie Wilson will not. I think I might have to go to Oakland for that one.
I don't know. Fool me, you can't get fooled again. I saw when I saw boy at what is that place called? No, Bobby at Thunder Valley.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. The Bobby,
Drunk ass Bobby Brown.
Bobby, yeah, I don't know about Bobby.
Keith Sweat still looked like $1 million. We were able to get confirmation. Oh, wow. Okay. One at a time, D-Lo. One thing at a time.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's happening. The first thing, as it pertains to Sacramento and as it pertains to the game tonight against the Washington Wizards, we were able to get confirmation on some chatter that was going on in youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Marvin Bagley is out tonight. He is out because of health and safety protocols. So Marvin Bagley is out tonight. Rashawn Holmes is still listed as doubtful. On the other side, the Washington Wizards, I think, Kyle Kuzma has been listed as questionable. He was out because of health and safety protocols. He's listed as questionable. Don't quite understand how that works, but okay. We'll monitor Kyle Kuzma and Rashawn Holmes moving forward. James Ham will be with us coming up in about 45 minutes or so. Maybe he can give us some clarification on all of this stuff. The other note that got my attention just as we returned is put out there by Mark Stein. The Raptors appear to be poised to become the first NBA team subject to crowd reductions this season for COVID-19 reasons after Ontario announced new capacity limits going into effect for Toronto's home date Saturday with the Golden State Warriors. Now, a couple important notes. That's a government sanction, and it's Canada. For those who have been paying attention, Canada actually takes this seriously.
Yeah.
So that isn't an NBA mandate. That isn't a Toronto Raptors mandate. That is an Ontario mandate. So we speculated on, would we see crowd reductions coming? Again, Sacramento being responsible as it pertains to COVID-19. They've been social distancing and implementing a reduced crowd since the season started. So Sacramento Kings fans and the Kings organization should applaud themselves. They've been ahead of the curve the entire time as mask mandates have recently changed as well in the state of California. And I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I didn't think we would see another massive impact from the virus in sports, but here we are.
Yeah, I'm even going like we'll never get it like we got, the shutdown, in 2020. Like I don't think it's going back to that, but I mean, I don't know, Damien. They may take a week or two.
I don't think so, bro.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so.
If they don't have no players, what they gonna do?
Well, we've never gotten to the point where they don't have any players.
No, but the way this thing is moving, it's moving as if they're not gonna have any players. Like in 3 days, it's like what the NFL say. This is the NFL. I know they're not shutting anything down, but in their first round of tests this week is like 75 players in protocol.
That was the NFL. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that was like in 2 days of testing. So I don't think so either, but I'll back away from that as strongly as I have in the past, because this thing is moving at a crazy rate in these sports leagues. And yeah, I don't know.
I was told one day I would wake up and poof, it would be gone. Apparently it does disappear and it just comes back. You know what, the COVID is like Michael Jackson and Thriller. Like it's like now we're at the stage where it's turned into a werewolf. Any minute this bitch is going to turn into a zombie. And then that's when it's over. Once the virus turns into a zombie, it's all over. We've hit the werewolf stage. COVID-19 just popped up and yelled, "Go away." That's where we are right now. And we didn't listen. COVID told us to go away. We didn't go away. Now we're just waiting for it's only a movie. We're waiting for that part.
It's close to midnight.
Something evil's lurking in the dark. Why, dude? Why? I got Twitter open. Why the hell is Buddy Hield trending?
Oh,
why is Buddy's name trending?
Why? For real?
Oh, okay. The fact that I don't know what this is in relation to at all, but it says the fact that Shannon Sharp keeps bringing up Buddy Hield proves that there's no real basketball analysis on this show. The quickest way for this is good. The quickest way for me to question your basketball IQ is if you think Lakers should have done the Buddy Hield trade instead of Russ. Keep stupidly believing that better fit stuff and not paying attention to the details about what Lakers actually need next to LBJ and AD. That's interesting.
The Laker fans are hot. They don't have Buddy Hield. I keep telling them they can have him.
This is a quote from Reggie Miller. This is one NBA record that will never, you heard it, never be touched. Quote tweeted, I mean, Buddy Hield's on pace.
The disrespect for elite shooter Buddy Hield.
Buddy really out here trending. Oh, we've got, 4 of my favorite trade packages for Buddy Hield.
Oh, come on. Play the sound. Play the sound.
Wait, I got you. Let's go through these. Hang on now.
Hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? De'Aaron Fox is not happy there.
Honestly, I wouldn't do that. I would start Jeff Teague.
Twitter said.
How about this one, Jesse? A trade with the Boston Celtics. The Sacramento Kings get Marcus Smart, Romeo Langford, and Bruno Fernando.
He's coming back.
That's just for Buddy. All right. How about this one with
who came up with these?
I don't know. My man, the trade machine. This is Ryan Hammer 09.
Come on, Ryan Hammer.
Eric Bledsoe and Keon Johnson, along with 2 second-round picks from the Los Angeles Clippers. Eric Bledsoe and Keon Johnson for Buddy Hield.
Just for Buddy? Does he think everybody else is high?
How about this one? Will Barton and Jermichael Green, along with the second-round pick for Buddy Hield.
That's the one that I don't like the most so far.
Corey Kispert and Davis Bertans for Buddy Hield. We get a look at them tonight.
Yeah.
This is from Ryan Hammer 09 on Twitter.
That's actually not a bad one either.
These are his 4 favorite trade packages for Buddy Hield.
Well, 3 of them are my favorite as well. Yeah. Ramsey said he loves the Denver option. Look, getting them out of here is first and foremost. So that's 4th on my list. I think the Clippers one might be number 1 because I like Marcus Smart, more than I like Eric Bledsoe. But I like Keon Johnson, more than I like Romeo Langford. And I had the wrong Bruno, by the way. Sorry about that. I was thinking of Fernando.
That's okay. That's fine.
Thinking
Isn't it
about Mars. I don't know.
Collab. What isn't it? Collabro.
Yeah.
Oh man, someone's caught on. Buddy Hield can stay in Sacramento. LMAO. We good.
What can you decide what kind of fan he is? If it's a Celtics fan, that's fine. I take the
Lakers
Clippers
fan.
deal.
It's a Lakers fan.
I take that Clippers deal.
See, I apologize. I saw Buddy trending, and I just had to know why.
Well, we're expecting that
The Lakers
deals are made. That's what we're expecting.
Somebody quote tweeted Russell Westbrook's numbers in some video that was posted. My man quote tweeted and said, "The Lakers trading for Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley are solutions, though." Yes, I agree. Let's go. You're right. Let's fix the Lakers by sending you Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley. Lord have mercy. All right, I'm turning Twitter off. That's it. I'm sorry. I was just like, why is my man trending? I've got to see this.
Deals were supposed to be made by now, though.
Yeah, man, you talk about being hoodwinked and bamboozled.
Led astray.
I'm sitting there at 9 o'clock, 9:01. I'm sitting around. I'm like Stone Cold Steve Austin in the 97 Royal Rumble looking at my imaginary watch like, what's good? Nothing happened. I'm James. What's the word? Jason Anderson. Where's the tweet? Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm beginning to think that maybe a little bit too much was made of this December 15th. And then Bobby Marks had this big old long 4-hour column about the teams and assets. And do you know who he listed as the player with the most trade value on the Kings?
Who?
Marvin. And I assume it's simply because that $11 million will disappear next year.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody checking for Buddy Hield. Ain't nobody checking for any of these dudes.
Well, look, I'll say this.
We sitting here we're literally waiting for Monty McNair to work a miracle. That's what we're doing. We waiting for a miracle. Isn't there a song? It's gonna take a miracle. Isn't that a song? That's what we waiting for.
There's got to be somebody out there that wants them. Now, what you want in return, like, that's a bit of an issue. I was listening to something today, and I don't think they'll do this because the contract is what they don't want back. But reports have it that when we laughed at the Julius Randle thing yesterday, the Knicks might be looking to make a move.
So, okay, I'm glad you brought that up. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. They struggling.
Yes.
They might be, we talked about the teams who, and the Knicks were one of them who, according, I think, to The Athletic, have had conversations regarding Ben Simmons. And it's like, I get it. Like, these teams make sense because they're not championship teams, but they're teams that are searching for something.
Mm.
I didn't realize until today, the Knicks aren't just struggling. They're really, really struggling. Like, they've fallen off quite a bit from where they were last year, and they maybe looking for something to kind of fix that. And I was like, yeah, the Knicks are the teams that you could potentially work with over the course of the next couple of months heading into the trade deadline.
And like I said, I've heard, I don't know, but I've heard they got their eye on free agency or a big trade to get a big ball player. And Randall's contract, who they just signed him to a new deal, kind of hinders that. And they may be looking to make a trade. Now, Buddy might not do it because, once again, you're bringing money back that you're trying to get rid of. But I don't know. You think they would do Bagley? You get a look at
to
him,
free up the money.
he frees up the money.
Boy, you better have a strong wink and a nod if you're freeing up money for a free agent that you don't know is coming.
Yeah.
You better have you better be really comfortable with whoever that player's agent is, which most of the time they are. So that's fine.
You would take Julius
It'd
Randle
have to
on
be
there
back.
for anybody, right?
I would do what? Sorry.
You said you would take Julius Randle on the squad for anybody outside
Anyone.
of Halliburton and
Tyrese.
Fox.
Yeah. Davion included.
Hmm.
Yep. I would. Absolutely. I've wanted Julius Randle on this team for a while.
Julius Randle, I agree with you first and foremost. I definitely would do the deal. But
I see you're looking at something. Hold that thought 1 second. Because I completely forgot about this. I'm irresponsible. But we've got Kings tickets right now. And I just looked at my email during the commercial break. We've got Kings tickets this week, next week. I believe we have Kings tickets forever. We've got you covered as it pertains to talking about the Sacramento Kings and sending you to see the Sacramento Kings. This one's for the New Year's Eve game against Dallas. Caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320, and we will get you all set up again. Caller number 1,320. That's cap. Just caller number 3, 916-349-1320. It's only funny to me because if I say it, Jesse actually has to count to 1,320. Boy, this I can't lie. My heart skipped a beat a little bit here when I saw this. Adrian Wojnarowski just tweeted, the NBA and the NBA Players Association are discussing modified COVID protocols, sources tell ESPN. Given the tone of our conversation, I thought that was going to say something else. So I'm very relieved that it says the NBA. This is actually similar to a report that came out earlier today regarding the NFL.
Yeah.
The NFL is doing something similar. They're going to modify their COVID protocols from minimizing to just completely ignoring them. And the NBA is going to figure out what they're going to do here as well. It's just tweeted the NBA and the NBA Players Association are discussing modified COVID protocols.
Do you think that they make fully vaccinated mandatory?
I don't see how
they can do that.
Yeah, because the NBA Players Association would have to approve of it.
Mhm.
And then the players, which I think you could get there's a large percentage of the league, a very large percentage of the league, I believe, that is fully vaccinated. I don't want to say the wrong number, but I think it's in the 90s.
Yeah,
and I think it's really, really high in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if you presented it, it could get pushed through.
Mm-hmm.
But the players who will fight it, I think would really it could get ugly. It's just it would be I think I don't want to give you the wrong number. I think we would be talking about 3 to 4% of the league.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't think that's a high number.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Because I would say, and I don't know at all either, who would, but I would think if I was the NBA and I was trying to get this done, all right, we tried,
yeah,
but it ain't working. And if this doesn't work, I'm shutting down the studio.
Yeah,
and I'm taking the money, ain't nobody getting paid.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but just know that you can't play unless you are. Maybe you can't get paid, whatever the case may be. Because like you said, they're not, and I would say they would try that before shutting down the studio because they're going to exhaust everything they can possibly do before shutting down the studio. And if that means making it mandatory, I think that comes before shutting everything down.
Woj followed that up with the NBA and the NBA PA or the NBPA, excuse me, had already agreed to start testing vaccinated players without booster shots on Friday. but there are conversations around further testing and protocols with the uptick in positive cases. So guessing, that's all we're doing. This was tweeted 54 seconds ago. So just guessing. We see a return of masks to the bench. We see a return of the benches we saw in the last couple of years, the last 2 seasons versus the traditional bench we're seeing this year. I think it would be difficult to see the return of that cool down area that players would go to before they put the mask on. Like they would go to it, they would basically be sitting by themselves when they first come out of a game, and then they'd put their mask on and go back to the bench. I think we could, logistically, I'm not sure how that would work because that actually cut into seating.
Right.
And I think the league is going to do everything they can to avoid that. But I do think it appears, I think we'll start noticing some things look different. Obviously, we joke. It's De'Aaron Fox. It's what James said. We laugh to keep from crying. We joke about the attendance at the Golden One Center. That's not good for anybody. Like, it sucks. The fact that arena isn't full sucks. It sucks for the workers that are there. It sucks for the team. It sucks that fans have lost confidence in them. It sucks that fans don't, and I understand. Like, I understand if you don't want to go because of the product. I understand if you don't want to go because of the mandate. But there are a lot of teams in the league that don't have the issue the Sacramento Kings do.
Right.
How they Garden last night didn't have any problems. They was packed to see Steph break that record.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm watching those cities with a high percentage of attendance. I'm watching them and like, are there any changes coming to them? Will those changes come from the NBA? Will those changes come from states, cities? Will officials, NBA officials, and actual game officials be more diligent about fans who are courtside? Not wearing their masks. You see it so often because the camera catches them, and maybe there's just as many in the stands not wearing their masks. But you really see the ones courtside, and I'm always left scratching my head like, yo, you have a row of like 10 people right there that are closest to the players that don't have their masks on. And we frame it as eating, drinking, all that. Man, them people ain't eating. They want to be seen courtside. Well, that ain't gonna fly anymore. And you need to have and this is a terrible burden for the hard workers at the Golden One Center and everybody else at variety of arenas. You need those people tapping you on your shoulder. Fam, it's your first warning. Put your mask on. Because there's only 2. Next time I tap you on your shoulder, you're gone. I don't care who gave you those tickets.
You want to go.
Got to go. And because all we're talking about, unfortunately, we're not talking about protecting people in the stands. We're talking about protecting the players. We're talking about how is this, how are we going to avoid a shutdown?
Right.
How are we going to avoid, or a pause or a break or whatever you want to frame it as? But I don't know, KC. This feels a lot like that week in March. And I hate to be that extreme, but it just felt like there was momentum gathering before that tweet from Shams went out that everything was over. And I don't think the world is going in that direction again. I don't think the world will allow that to happen again. Or maybe the world is the wrong term. I don't think this country will allow that to happen again.
Right.
But it doesn't feel like we're headed towards anything positive.
No.
You know what I mean?
We're going to be in a tough situation still. I mean, never really left it at all, but it's going to get back to, some tough situations, stay at home, social distance, as much as possible, all that other stuff, man.
We're going to work from home forever.
Forever.
We're Chris Webber with the jersey. Forever. We're like Will Smith and Bad Boys 2. I ain't never going back. That's us. It just feels like it gets worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
Now this variant is going to mutate. It's at the werewolf stage. It's going to mutate into the zombie any minute.
Say, get away from me.
Go away. Oh, I used to run and hide during that part. I would not watch. I would rent that video every weekend. My mom would pay the 99 cents and let me rent that video every weekend. And that I could watch him paint himself into the world. I could watch all of that stuff. I couldn't watch that moment. I'd run.
It's too
Like,
much.
I'll be right back.
It's too much.
I'll be right back.
Moonwalker was like that for me. Not like scary, but I used to watch that all the time.
Yeah,
All
the full length version of Smooth Criminal was pretty legit.
Yeah, and then like the This Is Your Life montage, like for the first, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes.
All them people pass. I always wondered, would I pass out if I ever met Michael Jackson? Would I be one of those people who would just be like, and just like fall over? You have to carry me out. Like, would that be me? Like, because I've been excited to meet people. I ain't ever been that excited.
I absolutely do not understand that. I have no clue. I have no clue. Passing out, just being in the same stadium that he's in. He ain't even talk to you.
Didn't. James Ham joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I gotta get James set up with StreamYard. I keep forgetting him to send him the link.
We'll have a 13th round, even though I did not watch the fight.
Shoot! I just realized. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm letting the people know because they're asking, did I watch the fight? Didn't watch it yet. 13th round here with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And I got to talk about some of the things going on within the sport of boxing, just in general, because we saw over the course of the last month or so, the best lightweights in the lightweight division, be in action. And you got to see Teofimo lose to George Kambosos. You got to see Devin Haney do what he did to JoJo Diaz. You got to see Tank Davis do what he did and bring somebody in like Isaac Cruz into the fold. You got to see Vasily Lomachenko. And then you got to see Ryan Garcia tweet. You didn't see him box. You got to see him tweet. All right. But it's clear to me after this month-long exhibition of all the lightweights and then all the chatter and the talk afterwards that the lightweight division is the premier division in the sport of boxing. Usually, obviously, if things are going perfect, it's the heavyweight division. That ain't the case. Then you get down to like middleweights and even the welterweights when Floyd and Manny were doing their thing. That time is over. As much as people love to talk about Errol Spence and talk about Terrence Crawford, the division that's moving the needle right now is the lightweights. The division with all the stars in the sport right now are the lightweights. And I say that because it's been buzzing for, like I said, the last month. You can't go to a boxing website or a boxing YouTube page without them talking about Tank Davis, without them talking about who Tank should fight next, and Devin Haney and Kambosos, what is he going to do, and Lomachenko getting in there. And they're not talking about nobody else in any other division. Like I said, close is Spence and Crawford, but it's not what Gervonta's doing. It's not what Devin's doing. It's not T.O., Loma, and even making fun of Ryan Garcia. Lightweight division is carrying the sport right now. That's the 13th round. So there's a misnomer. I think boxing has done a really good job in recent years. I think it gets a bad rap. Like, you can go down the list of like the best fights of the year, and you can probably get like 5 or 6 fights every year for the last 5-6 years. So I think this year was about the same. Like, it was about the same as it has been. Boxing gets a bad rap. They put together some good fights. They don't always give you the one that you want and like that you want the most, but they give you some good stuff, man. It was a good year. It was a good year.
Hammer.
What's going on?
Oh, whoops, my bad. Didn't have you pot up. What's Hammer? What's up,
What's
Ham?
going on?
How are you?
Are we on?
Not yet. No, that's Kenny's show. That was Kenny's show within the show.
Oh, sweet.
Games. Yeah, man. 13th round, man. 13th round. Gotta let the people know what's
Nice.
going
Do you
on.
like boxing?
I liked boxing when I was young. But
That's what everybody says.
it kind of died off, you know, like, and then I don't like UFC. I'm not a dudes beating the living crap out of each other guy.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
not bad at
can
all.
I test something with you guys really quick? I want to see if I can switch my audio. Hang on.
You gonna be chopped and screwed like Marshall was that time?
Oh my gosh, that was hilarious. That was so great.
All right, can you guys still hear me?
Mhm.
Yep.
And I can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you great.
Oh, good. Okay, cool. Well, now I can hear myself. I ran my earbuds through my Zoom.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I
I
can't-
don't usually do that. I run it through my laptop and then back through.
You have earbuds in?
I'm wearing IFB.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
I-
All right. Hang
I
on,
always
guys.
do.
We're coming back. Can't see him at all. All right, our man, 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham with us here. We appreciate you, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, the Odyssey app, or on 1320 AM. Of course, it's a game day. It's the Washington Wizards at the Golden One Center tonight against the Sacramento Kings. James, a lot to get to. First things first, Alvin Gentry out after testing positive for COVID-19. Doug Christie in as the interim coach. This probably, the theory of mine, this probably isn't a one-game situation for Doug, is it?
No, I would assume it's going to be like 1, 2, 3 games. You know, they're kind of spaced out here, but he's got to test. Alvin has to test negative twice in a 24-hour period in order to be allowed back in, and so that could take a little while. We have no idea. I do know, like when we had Walton early in the season and during training camp, he said that his entire staff, everyone on the basketball side, not all the players, but everyone else was 100% vaccinated. So Gentry is vaccinated. We know that. Doug is vaccinated. I know that personally. But yeah, it's not a great situation. It's not a great situation because this, you know, it's going around the league right now, big time.
Yeah.
And the last thing you want to see is something like this, where the Kings start to miss games with coaches and players.
James, me and Damien, we talked about it a number of different times leading up to this, but now when it's starting to spread a little bit more and get more serious, I think they would try to make everything mandatory in the NBA before just shutting down. I think shutting down is the absolute last option. And I agree with Damien where there's going to be pushback, not from the majority of the players or close to it, but the very small minority would push back really hard against that. But I feel like the NBA would say, look, take it or leave it, like play or not, but we're not shutting down. We're going to do this before we try to shut down. You think that's kind of how they look at it?
Yeah, I think right now what we're hearing is that the league and the Players Association are in discussions. They understand that this thing is getting out of control. I mean, we're watching the Chicago Bulls have, you know, like 10 or 12 people down, and they're not able to field a team, and they had to cancel 2 games. Like, look, the league has done a lot to sort of nip this in the bud, but at this point, we're looking at, you know, who has their booster shot. You know, we know Tyrese Halliburton has his booster shot, but we're just not sure around the league how many players have already had their booster shot. We already know that can lead to missing time because, you know, you don't feel good after the booster shot. Sometimes you don't have any side effects. We don't really know. But, you know, and it's not just Alvin. We just got news that, you know, Marvin Bagley is now on health and safety protocols as well. So this thing is going to get bigger before it gets smaller because that's what it's doing globally. So, you know, for those out there who don't believe that this thing is real, still, you know, the 800,000 people dead in America, don't change your mind on that. And you think there's some grand conspiracy. the NBA wouldn't be in on some grand conspiracy. Players wouldn't be in on some grand conspiracy and just take a night or two off. That's just not the way this thing works.
Let's get back to coaching. I mean, obviously the situation with Alvin and Doug started with a positive COVID test for Alvin Gentry. But what do you think of? Were you surprised it was Doug over Mike, or does this make sense, or how do you feel about Doug Christie being the guy at the helm tonight?
Actually, I'm really excited for Doug. I mean, we've talked about this in the past. You guys know, like Doug and I have been close for a long time. I'm excited because he's not being put in a situation where, it's his team the rest of the season and all kinds of bad things could happen, which we've already seen. I mean, I think this really requires the steady hand that we're seeing from Alvin Gentry, the highs and the lows, the trying to hold players accountable. I don't know what this last 11 games would look like if it wasn't Alvin Gentry, if it was someone else. And I think that would have been a huge mistake. So I'm excited because it gives Doug that taste of what it feels like. Every once in a while, it's good to like know how the other side lives, right? How you have to manage so many things in the moment, and how people are yelling and screaming at you, and things are coming at you at all times, and you've got to be the cool, calm, collected guy. And then you have to do the other job. Like if this team gets blown out again tonight, like Doug Christie's going to have to sit there and take those questions. That's the job. That's the way it works. And so I think for Doug, it's good. I mean, I would assume that, at a minimum, I'm going to guess 2 games, especially since, the Woj tweet said that Alvin is mostly asymptomatic, but he has a sore throat. Well, that means he's not totally asymptomatic, which means it could take longer. And we know with Fox, when he got it, he did have symptoms, but that thing dragged on for a long time. So, just being able to clear the hurdle of the 2 negative tests took Fox like an extra 7 or 8 days. And by that time it was, over and done with. So yeah, it's a mess. I'm hoping that this whole thing works out, but again, opportunity knocks. Sometimes it knocks for a player, and in this situation, it knocks for Doug Christie. So I expect Doug to answer the call, and I know he's excited. I very much know that. And
Doug's going to get tossed like 2 minutes into the game. Like he's just going to overreact to something, and he's going to get tossed.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll be texting any requests. Go ahead and send them my way. Hey, Doug, I'm going to need you to limit the minutes of.
Yeah.
player.
Oh yeah. We're going to fire those off for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, James, to the best of your knowledge, was everybody on board with Doug being the interim?
Yeah. I don't think anyone said like no. Everyone knows that Doug is like, he's on the list, on the short list in Sacramento. So did they run it by Alvin and his agent? I'm sure they had a conversation with Alvin, but I'm not sure that they felt the need to go that one extra step. It's at the end of the day, this is a Kings decision. And I don't think there's any animosity between Doug and Alvin. That's not what I mean by that. This is
James, I was thinking more so like we ran it earlier. Monty wanted Mike, Vivek wanted Doug.
Oh, something like that.
Yeah.
What Kenny's asking is, did Vivek infect Alvin with COVID in order for Doug to be the head coach? That's what Kenny's getting at.
There you go. Yeah, you know what? I had somebody on Twitter just like hit me up, and I feel bad being so snarky and rude about it, but they're like, oh, now we know where Alvin got it. It's like, or
damn,
or it's very possible that Alvin Gentry gave it to Marvin Bagley, or that Alvin Gentry and Marvin Bagley were in 2 separate places and 2 separate people with COVID gave it to each of them individually, or Marvin and Alvin got into an elevator together and there just happened to be someone who was positive in that elevator. Like, people
stretch
lay off
there, James.
Marvin
That's a
Bagley.
stretch.
lay off Marvin Bagley in this situation. He has nothing to do with what's happening. This is a global pandemic, people. I'm doing the best I can to do everything so I don't get people sick. I've already got my booster shot. But that still doesn't mean that I won't get sick and I won't accidentally give it to other people, or I at least won't be a carrier. That's just not the way this thing works. It just means that if I do get sick, if I do actually get the virus, that more likely than not, I will not end up in the hospital. And that's why you go get your vaccine and your booster. Like, why not be safe?
And if James were to end up in a hospital, he'd probably just build it.
I would, and then I would still be on. I would still,
of course, you would.
3 days a week. Like, are you kidding? I'd be asking questions on Zoom from my hospital bed to the coaches and players. That's
you got to do.
Alvin would be Doc Rivers. Alvin would be James, are you in a hospital bed? Jesus Christ, James.
Yeah, that's the way it works, man. And like, you accept the job. And that's the way somebody said, oh, you're on the clock, James, last night when you guys were like, I've been on the clock since 2010. Like, there isn't a date night that I don't bring my laptop in the car. Like, the wife knows, the kids know, like, this is what I do. And this is how life is when you cover a team. It's 24/7.
So what the hell is your excuse for not tweeting the big trade last night at 9:01?
Yeah. Put your game up, James.
Well, and we could even get into like a greater discussion here. Like, I'm sure some people are wondering, hey, how come James didn't get the fact that Alvin Gentry has COVID and that went to Woj?
That's a good question.
And to me, that's just, it's the franchise. Technically, without Alvin Gentry's like blessing, they can't give out any information, so they can't confirm or deny. So I'm led to believe in that situation that somebody else gave that information to Woj, unless Alvin gave it to the front office and said, look, just tell Woj, don't tell everybody else, which that doesn't make any sense. But like,
Woj was quoted, wasn't he?
Gentry?
Yeah, sorry. Didn't Woj quote Alvin Gentry in the article?
I don't think he quoted. Oh, maybe I didn't read the article.
Or maybe it was from a statement. I'll pull it up as you continue talking.
Yeah, like on the tweet, I know that he said that Alvin Gentry said that he. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Someone said in the chat that Joe Dumars is the Woj leaker. Trust me, he ain't the only one. He ain't the only one up in there. Like,
we gotta believe that Joe Dumars is still doing something evil to this franchise.
Yeah, everybody just thinks Joe's just doing evil things.
I don't know what he's doing. I like, it's still a mystery. I'll say this: he's been in the building a lot more, and so we see him like in post practice. He's over sitting on the far wall. We still have never been allowed to speak to Joe Dumars. It's the strangest thing of all time. But I'll also tell you this, like, Joe Dumars' son was there the other day. His son was with him and like hanging out. And I'm not talking like an 8-year-old. I'm talking like his adult son was with him. And it's like, hey, who's that? Oh, that's Joe Dumars' son. Well, what is he doing here? And those are questions that no one will answer. So, and I've gone on record too. Like, when it came to the whole situation where Vivek, like, the big reveal is that Anil is helping Vivek behind the scenes. Like, man, if I own the team, you better believe that Toby would be right by my side, helping me make decisions. Like, that he's going to be his team someday. So I'm fine with that, as long as we don't have conflicting messages about what he's bringing to the table. Yeah. But when it comes to other things, like, why is there a GM or I don't know, what is he? Something to the
Joe Dumars,
to the counselor, right? to the
isn't he like supposed to be like their version of Jerry West?
Well, if he's their version of Jerry West, what are you telling me there? Because
not in success, but just like how Jerry West is. He's like,
yeah, he's the Kirkland version.
Yeah, something to the chairman. There we go. He's the. Like, I want to even like, it's not something as fancy, but it's like he's the consigliere to the to the chairman. So yeah, I'm just always confused why that there's more people in the building, and when there is somebody, you're like, hey, who's that? Like, hey, can we talk to him?
Chief strategy officer?
Yeah, he's a strategery officer. Strategery. There it is.
All right, we'll run with that. James, lost in all this. Kings have lost 3 games in a row. They've got blown out twice.
What?
We're talking
basketball.
We're talking trades that weren't announced last night, COVID, global pandemics, interim coaches, sinister plots. Doug's got to find a way to get, and this is what Kenny and I were really talking about earlier. I love Doug. I know he's going to do great. The player, regardless of who's on the sidelines, the players know what they need to do. And I don't think De'Aaron's assessment of it's the same coaches who worked for the same coaches. We're all running the same damn plays. We're just not running them right. Like, I actually 100% agree with that assessment. Regardless of who's working with the lineups and all of that different stuff, this team knows what they have to do tonight. They know that they have to go out there and execute better than they have the last 3 nights.
Yeah, they know they have to go out and punch somebody.
Mm.
Like, this is the same old Kings. That's what, like, we watched it, the Cavs. That was just sad and embarrassing how they just got pushed around. And then, you know, they looked even worse against the Raptors. This team isn't showing like intestinal fortitude. Like, they don't have the cojones to like survive like even the smallest hiccup. It's very frustrating to watch. It's very frustrating to cover. De'Aaron Fox, you could see it's very frustrating to play for this franchise when these things happen. And I think the one good thing that came out of Monday was that De'Aaron Fox took some ownership of what was happening. At least that's what I thought. I also know he was emotional, which I thought was a good thing. I think we're still in that mode where he doesn't quite know how to react, how to show what's going on in his head. And he got my guy, Antonio Harvey, kind of threw down a challenge. You could tell that Antonio was frustrated and like hit pretty hard with a question about like whether the players are having conversations about like, what are we doing here? Why are we here?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I thought it was so that's when you got the curse words from Fox.
Mm-hmm.
But what I saw in that moment is it opened a door. So you could see the door open with Fox, where it was like, okay, he's ready to talk. If we can get him in the right frame of mind, and then you can hit him with the right questions at the right time. You're always waiting for those moments with players. That's usually like when you get the best content, is when you see somebody get a little fired up, a little out of sorts with something. And then that's when you follow with the right question. And, you know, I asked him very specifically, you know, whether, you know, that whether he cared, whether he wants to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't because I was asking him because I thought he didn't. It was because I knew it was a moment where he could say something the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And he did. I thought he was brilliant, you know, and not only that, but he was very emotional, and he was very emotional afterwards, from what I know. Like, it was a near, like, he was feeling it. And I think that that's a good thing. I think feeling it, and then like, look, how do I make a change? Because in the month of December, in 6 games, he's averaging like 24 points per game. And the problem I see is he's only averaging like 3.3 assists per game. And so while all of his other numbers are coming up, he's not taking his team with him. Now it's time. Now it's time to take your team with you. You've had 6 good games. You've shown that you're back for the most part. So let me see you make like 8 or 9 other guys better. And that's the next challenge for him.
You know, James, we had talked about that moment with De'Aaron Fox on Monday earlier in the show. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday as well. And I was just really surprised how some people looked at that as nothing and looked at it as, oh, he didn't say anything. He just said a bunch of words. And I've said a number of different times, and I brought it up because of this, because I was extremely disappointed in the way he handled himself after the first Toronto game at Golden One Center. And I thought that was all bad. And if I'm going to bring that up and talk about how bad that was, I feel like you got to bring up the way he was after this Toronto loss, and how in depth he tried to get with his answers, and engaging he was, and real and raw he was. And the things that he was saying, like Damien said, I agree with, I understand what he's talking about when he said it's not just playing hard. You have to be smart and sharp. Like, that makes total sense. But it just seems like some people, and I can understand it, because at this point, people that cover the team, Kings fans, there's not much anybody can say right now that if it's not resulting in wins that anybody wants to hear. And I get that. But I thought De'Aaron Fox did on Monday night what we've been asking for weeks. At least I have for weeks. I thought it was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're still like, it comes back to the same basic point. He does not know how to live in that moment yet. And that's a problem because I think people take whatever he's doing, like they, my friend Matt Mayako, who covers the 49ers for NBC, is one of the best beat writers ever. And then every week after the game, he takes not a mailbag, but your overreactions. Like he has a overreactions bag, basically. Well, I can't do that with the Kings because number one, there's too many games in a week. And number two, every
it's a lot of
single
overreactions.
There's so many, but it's not just overreactions to the final score. It's overreactions to the way someone looks on the bench. It's overreactions to the way someone looks on the floor when they just missed 2 free throws. It's overreactions when he comes into a press room and he's not ready. It's overreactions when he doesn't show up to the press room. There's an overreaction for every single thing. And like, I think if you read his quote and you just read it and you didn't watch it, I think it had, like, especially his final quote, like that's the big one to me. Like the one where he went off and he used profanity, it's the popular one because that's the one where he drops a bunch of F-bombs and probably gets a fine. It's the one that comes after that where he really starts talking about this is the first time that, since he started playing basketball, and he's been a winner all the way up until he's 18 or 19 years old, and all of a sudden he's not. And, that in itself, it's really hard. And he even said at that point, that's a dumb question.
Mm-hmm.
But then he caught himself and like, but I don't mean it's a dumb question that you're asking me. It's dumb to question me. Like he knows that that's a global question. Mm-hmm. It's a question that's out there for everyone else. Just like when Alvin Gentry says, we're not quitters. Well, everyone around the room is like, okay, like if you're not a quitter, you think that we think that you're a quitter because that's why you're addressing that. Like no one in here said, hey, are you a quitter? No one asked that question to Alvin Gentry. So why are you coming back at us? It's because you think that that's what we're thinking. That's why you said that. So again, I think these moments are important because we want to see growth. We want to see change. We want to see all these things, but they're happening. They just might not be happening in the same speed that we want them to happen. De'Aaron Fox was not good in the first month of the season. He's much better right now. He's really playing well. Is he hitting his threes? No, but he's, shooting 75% from the free throw line. We all want to complain because he's a 70% shooter. Well, he upped his percentage by 5%. We want to see his field goal percentage goes up. Well, he's shooting 52% in the last 6 games. Like he is getting better. He is doing things that he needs to do to show that he's going to be one of the guys that leads them out of this. But at the same time, like we're just over. I mean, it's kind of like it's our job, right, to overreact. Yeah, it is, and it's hard because how do you react when a team wins 3 in a row and then loses 3 in a row? Yeah. Like if you look at my Sunday musings from one week to the next, they're as erratic as the play on the floor. Because that's the way the team is. I don't know how else to write it. You should be disappointed. You should hate what's happening. That's how you should feel if you're a fan and you're watching your team just get destroyed by like a bunch of early 20-year-old tall guys in Cleveland. You should be embarrassed. And so, but the week before on the previous, they just rattled off a bunch of wins. So it's so up and down. It's so hard to like put your finger on the pulse of this team at all times. And I think we're doing it too much. There's too much of the ebb and flow and like us, reacting, especially, social media or, me coming on 3 days a week as opposed to once a week. It's a lot different. Right. So I just think that we're having like a lot more conversations about things and it's good conversation, but at the same time, it's a lot more conversation.
The way the last week is going, we could have had you on every day. We could have had you on every day with brand new content the way this last week is going.
But you know what it is though, James as well, and Damian. Like this team lends to the overreaction because they don't just win one game and like they win 3 in a row, right? And then they lose 3 in a row. They don't just lose; they get their ass beat for 3 games, and it's like this doesn't make sense. Like, why do you get beat this bad, this much? You know what I mean? Like, if they were just losing games and they were close, or they were like I talked about the Indiana game in Sacramento, like that was just a loss. You know what I mean? Like that was a game that 2 people played and they lost. How many times since then have they been down by 30 in a game? Like that's unacceptable, excuse me. And it lends itself to like, yo, why does this keep happening? You don't have to be perfect, but why does this continue to happen? And we don't know.
James, I'm gonna ask you to elaborate on that in just a minute. James is going nowhere. We're talking more Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320. Clear.
Sweet. My eyes started watering.
You got emotional talking about De'Aaron. That's the passion we want to see from our Kings insider.
There it is. Yeah, or it could be the lights.
Or it could be that too. Hey, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. That's honestly why I started wearing glasses. My eyes used to, I mean, when the show went to 4 hours, my eyes would hurt so bad at the end of the show between the screen and the lights. It was just brutal. So I started wearing these, and I don't know if it's a placebo effect or what. Works perfect.
It works perfect. Yeah, it's every once in a while. Every once in a while, my eyes just seem to be light sensitive. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it's we got to get Ham drunk like Matt George. Was Matt George drinking on the show?
Matt got drunk during this show yesterday. He and I appreciate him. He was trying to have some fun with McQueen and the Violet Fog, our big sponsor, and he brought the bottle and he had mixed. I can't remember what he said he mixed it with. It was McQueen and something. I can't remember, but he had a little mix and he was sipping it. The more we talked, the more he drank. We had him. He took one out of the bottle at one point. I think by the end of the segment, because we went at we don't go as long. We probably went 40 minutes, 30 plus minutes. Yeah, I think he was a little toasty by the time the show was over. He was a little toasty.
So skinny.
Oh, God. Oh my God.
Matt is a beanpole. Yeah, I might have got a little loose on the happy hour, but that was more like me settling in.
No, you got comfortable.
Yeah.
Matt was getting.
Yeah. He starts slurring, falling out of his seat. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
Matt got fidgety and hot, and he had sweat dripping down his, I can't blame him. He said the wife and the kid were gone, so he was cutting loose.
Yeah, as long as he's not holding the kid after that.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Matty McQueen.
I don't think
Matty
I've actually I don't think I've had a drink with him before. A lot of the guys we've had nights where we go out, it depends on who's in town and stuff like that. But I've had a drink with most of the guys.
Yeah.
And but I don't think Matt George was at
Matt's
any of
gonna
those.
Matt's gonna need a designated driver if that happens.
Yeah. Cut the mic.
He was having fun though. Like he went on a solid 2-minute uninterrupted thought, and I was like, that's some good stuff from Matt.
June Gillum is in here. Hi, June.
June, I love June.
June is
Where is she?
prolific writer.
She is.
Yeah, I don't know
She
how many,
sure is.
but if you're in the chat there, June, how many books have you written? She writes.
I got one of her books. Well, it's not, but it used to be behind me at the old setup, but it's in my book stuff over here.
Yeah, she can 8 books. There it is. Thank you, June. You know who else is a writer is Morgan Reagan's mom. She's like New York.
She writes like scary
Times bestseller.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's written a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Talented writers all around. Yeah, House of Hoops. Yep, that's right. That's the June book I have.
Who else is a writer? Brett June Gilliam. Gillum. I'm sorry, Gillum. And Brett Huff is in here, and his wife does amazing cookbooks. She's a baker, and I got my wife her cookbooks, Tessa's cookbooks, and like we get like triple layer cakes and like.
Hold on one second, guys. I think I'm coming back here. Boy, all of the celebrities turn out in the chat when James Ham joins us.
Brings them out.
He brings out the stars. It's twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you can listen anywhere in the world on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM in Northern California. James, did you want to respond to what Kenny was talking about when he was talking about like how it's not just losing, it's losing the way, because we were talking about the sporadic nature of the Kings, and it's not just the fact that they're losing, it's the way that they're losing.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem that we have is that it's the same. It's the same as what we saw when they were bad early in the season. So they were good, and then they were bad, and then they were really bad, and they fired Walton, and then they snapped out of that, and they were better. And now we're right back to it's not just that they're losing, it's that they're losing without playing defense. Like the defense went away, and we saw it happen. We saw the defense go away, but, it's okay. We're playing a bad team and we can just kill them. And they drop 140. I can't even remember who it was at this point.
Orlando.
Orlando. But again, they gave up 130 or 132. Maybe it was 130 to 142. But 130 points to a team that can't score. Like that was one, I think, historically bad last year. Like they can't score at all. They still have major scoring issues. And so it's not just that we're seeing the losses. It's that like, oh no, this is who you are again. That's not good, because we thought we lost that person and now you climb back in the car, and that's not what we needed. So, and I'll say this too, unfortunately, if De'Aaron Fox hits 2 free throws on Friday night, I don't think the weekend plays out the same way. Like, I don't know that it cures all, but I certainly know that they don't come out with the drab, like, oh, this is horrible feel that we had on Saturday. I think that they would have actually had a shot. But I think that really did take the wind out of their sails. It took the wind out of Fox's sails for sure. I mean, his performance in that game specifically, I don't prescribe to the De'Aaron Fox is just the worst defender I've ever seen. Against Cleveland, he was bad. Like Isaac Okoro just ran at him and he just got out of the way on more than one occasion. I think overall, Fox really isn't that bad of a defender. I just don't like their defensive scheme when it comes to how they manage like the high screen and stuff. I think it leaves Fox and Halliburton and Mitchell and even Buddy hanging out to dry. I mean, Buddy does his own damage on all the other things, like missing back cuts and all that stuff. But like it's the grand like theme of this team is that when they don't play defense, and all bets are off. Like we have no idea what's going to happen, and it's usually really, really bad. And then they throw a bunch of guys out there who try hard on defense, and they make it look like it's a game. Like I don't want to hear anyone like Alvin talked about how good they were in the second half on defense in one of the games. Oh, it was against Cleveland. Yeah. But they gave up 81 in the first half. Like it doesn't matter. The game was already over. Like, what do you mean you played good defense against most of their backups? That's fine. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's just not going to cut it. And so, yeah, I mean, a lot of these losses, they just feel so similar. And that's the biggest problem.
Fox also in that press conference, you talked about the final quote, being the big one. And I agree. And something stood out to me in that answer when he says, I never lost before I got here. I'm 18, 19 years, I always won. And this is no fault of Fox. It's not a knock on him or anything. But sometimes you learn when you lose. You learn like how to respond to losing, how to dig yourself out of a hole. And it kind of hit me right there. What's the name of this school? I think it's Clear Lakes or something like that in Houston. They said he was that dude since 7th grade. He goes to Kentucky, and they're a game away from the Final Four. He's right. He's won everywhere. But when you're hit with something like being a Sacramento King and having to learn, and Damien broke it down, like you got, all right, your rookie year, your second year, getting used to it. Now, 5th year, you have expectations, and it's not going the way you wanted to. You may not know, if you're De'Aaron Fox, how to deal with all this and how to dig yourself out of it. Do you feel that way when he says something like, I've won my whole life and, I care, and essentially saying, I'm not sure how to get out of this right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the bigger problems is that players come to Sacramento and they learn how to lose. And that's like the last thing you want. You don't want your players learning how to lose, but how do you stop a player who's been here for, this is his 5th season? How do you stop him from learning how to lose? Because that's all you've done. Like it's okay the first year, when you're rebuilding and you're the young face of the franchise as like a 19-year-old kid, that's fine. It's even okay the second year when, all of a sudden you're like one of the teams that everyone in the league is smiling about and watching under Dave Yeager while they're running up and down the court. You come up short, you have some disappointment because you only win 39 games. Well, then all of a sudden you get put in neutral for 2 years. And, that's partially because of the players, it's partially because of management, it's partially because of Luke Walton, all of these things, right? It's too many things at one time. But at this point, like now you've had 2 years and you're in year 3 of this. And I fear that he is learning to lose. And it doesn't matter how many times you bring in a Tristan Thompson or Mo Harkless or a Vince Carter, or name that veteran who has won before, Corey Brewer. And then the players just talk about it all the time. Oh, Iman Shumpert won a championship. It's like, yeah, but that was a long time ago. Like he learned how to win like late in his career. He played a lot of bad games with the New York Knicks, and Tristan Thompson played a bunch of bad games with the Cavs. I think there's more value to the journey that Tristan Thompson's had than there is to a guy who's, you bring in, who's done nothing but, been on a great playoff franchise that just, makes it every year. And there is no pressure on them because they've never been in this situation where you can't get out from underneath it. You're pushing a boulder up a hill and you just keep it's like you're in sand. You just keep having that moment where, you take one little slip backwards and then the boulder's up on you and you're fighting like cats and dogs to stop it from running everyone over. And it's just a repeated motion that just keeps happening again and again. So I feel really bad in some of these situations because I know they don't want to lose. I know that's not what he wants from this season. That guy's never tanked a game in his life, but it sure does feel like it every once in a while, just because the weight of it, all of it just gets on top of him, and there's nothing he can do. He wore those 2 missed free throws all weekend long, and that's hard. Like he didn't want to miss those free throws. If you think he wanted to miss those free throws, you should go become a fan of a different team. He wanted those 2 free throws to go in so bad. He just expected them to go in. He was 8 for 8 going to the line, but what happens after that is that just took all the wind out of his sails. And I think we all get that way. We all get beat up by something stupid. You can have, what is it? It takes, I had a buddy tell me this yesterday, the 10-2, for every time that you do something great for a customer, they tell 2 people. For every time that you do something, that you make a mistake and do something wrong in front of a customer, they tell 10 people. And that's kind of like the weight that was against him that day. Like every single thing that has gone wrong was now his fault because he missed 2 free throws. And that's what I saw on Saturday. I saw a player that just wore all of it and just couldn't get it off of him.
And I think that's what the response to your question was. It wasn't, it was the moment as much as it was the question, or as much as it was the explanation. It was accumulation of everything. Because I know these guys, and a lot of them will say, I don't pay attention. I turn this stuff off. I don't hear. They hear all of this stuff, whether it's from James Ham or Dealing with Casey or the King's Herald or whatever it is. Like, they hear this stuff. He knows the temperature of the fans, whether he acknowledges or not. Like, he knows the temperature. And this is the first time in his career, we're 27 games into his fifth season, or 20 some odd games into his fifth season, where for the first time the fans are turning on him a little bit. And that's not something he's experienced before.
Hey, Reese, his fiance, was in my timeline arguing with somebody about his quote. Like, there's no question that he hears it. So, I mean, like, there's no question. And so, like, it's tough, right? Like, this is not what he expected. It's not what he expected this season. It's not what he expected last season. He expected this thing to take off and for him to be an all-star level player. I mean, he averaged 25 and 7 last year. That's what he thought was a starting point now. And now he's fighting to get back to that. And that's tough because, you know, you're going to get to a point where it's just like a game when you trail by 20. He's going to fight to get all the way back up to that 25 and 7. And then he's going to run out of juice. And he's going to have a 2-week, 3-week period where he's not going to be able to sustain because he's left it all out there for so long. And so I think it's just, that's part of this process of growing up. I've always told everyone, just wait till De'Aaron Fox is 25. He's not even 24 yet. That's coming. He'll be, I think it's the 20th or something. It's coming up later this month. Him and Sean Cunningham share the same birthday. So, you know, he's still a young man trying to figure this out. And with the weight of all of it, like, and again, what he said was, that's a dumb question, but it's not that you're asking me a dumb question. It's that it's a dumb question that people think that. It's a dumb question that people out there believe that of me, because that's not who I am. And like, he wasn't able to articulate that specifically, but that's what he meant. Mm-hmm. And like, I've known De'Aaron for a long time. Like, this is year 5. For the first, 3 years of his career, we were in there every single day with him. Like, I've had plenty of random crazy conversations that you guys would just look at me and go, I can't believe you asked him that question. And, and it's like, yeah, we've had good, like, life conversations, good, just, he's comfortable. He knows who I am. I know who he is. So those are moments where, like, maybe you're having an intimate moment, like, even though it's through Zoom, where I totally felt like it wasn't just because I asked a question, but if it wasn't me, or if it wasn't Sean or someone he was really comfortable with, you weren't going to get that answer. But it was a moment where it was sitting there for the taking, and it was sitting there teed up for him to be really brutally honest. And I think that's what we got in that moment.
So, and I agree and love everything that you just said, but we also have to deal with, like, what we're seeing and what they're not doing. And I'm trying to figure out why that is. Cause, like, they care, mm-hmm. But why are we not valuing the basketball? Like, why are we still repeating the same problems? And De'Aaron Fox, he's not, absolved of it, but they all do it. I mean, defensively, they had the montage after the game with Draper and Kenny Thomas, where they just showed the Raptors just outworking these guys. And you can, once again, these guys absolutely care, but you got to care on another level, to be successful in this league. Because I think all these guys care. All these guys are great. There is no talent discrepancy in the NBA. These guys are the best of the best. And it's going to be the little things that separate you. So why aren't they doing the little things? Why are we having another meeting for the second time in a week and a half? You know what I mean? I know it wasn't a players only the first time, but apparently you guys talked about this stuff. And a week later, we got to have another meeting. It was that's where I don't understand. I'm not here to get on anybody. I don't understand that. I don't get it.
Let's go back to the quote where he dropped all the explicits. Like, when he went off, he talked about, it's not that we're not trying, it's that we're not sharp. That it's, again, the game of basketball, just like the NFL, it's a game of inches. It's a game of of 5 guys moving together in perfect sync. How many times have we seen, the Oakland Raiders have a running back bust out a 60-yard run and it gets called back on a hold. Like those are the mistakes that we're seeing from this Kings team.
Mhm.
It's the little mistakes. It's 3rd and 2, and you get a false start penalty by a tight end. And so now that mistake makes it 3rd and 7. So in the NFL, because the game is moving so much slower, because there's a 45-second clock and there's all these TV timeouts and all these out of bounds and all that stuff, you see the mistake. They go back, they show it 6 times. We have 8 different replays on how a guy may or may not have fumbled or caught a ball, right? But in the NBA level, it's going so fast. And it's these little tiny mistakes, but they're compounded because the speed of the game and how it just goes right back to the other end. And then you have one guy make a mistake, and if he doesn't forget that mistake right then that mistake can lead to 6 mistakes. And they might not even be the 6 mistakes that you see. So you're looking for a turnover, you're looking for a missed shot, you're looking for the obvious, when it might be that he doesn't set the screen right. It might be that he doesn't rotate quick enough or close out on something fast enough, or he lets a guy beat him on a back cut. And so these are the moments where, again, it's the speed of the game and how you're missing that. It's not the big stuff. Buddy Hield missing shots, it doesn't feel good. But it's the other mistakes that happen within that. It's if you have a turnover, but it's an offensive foul turnover where you set a pick on somebody like Alex Len does and gets a bad pick. Well, that's a bad turnover, but it's nothing compared to a turnover where you fumble the ball at the top of the key and the guy goes down and scores a bucket. Because now you've given up guaranteed points. So all of these things start to accumulate during a game of just the little tiny mistakes and the lack of rotation, the lack of communication. Someone gets frustrated with himself and forgets to talk on defense for 2 possessions. Well, that's 2 possessions that you either gave up 2 or 3 points almost every single time. And so, yeah, so I get what Fox is talking about. And I get that he was passionate about that and dropping explicits because he wants people to know, like, look, am I perfect defensively? No. But would I be better on a different team that actually had 4 other guys that were playing defense on a string and that were following and covering my butt on some of those plays? Yeah, I'd be better. And it's some of it is the circumstance he's in. But it's not to excuse some of the times where he's just not good enough. And so it's a mixture of everything, I guess is my point. But we're missing the finer nuances of the game and why it looks so bad sometimes. And other times it looks like they're a really good defensive team. You're like, hey, look at that. They just held the team to 23 points. And this is a good offensive team. And 23 points in a quarter. And you're like, wow, that was impressive. And then, 15 minutes later, they give up 46 in a quarter. And you're just shaking your head like, how is that the same team? And it's just people letting go of the leash just that little tiny bit.
Is it as simple as, by the way, you're listening to D'Lo and Casey along with James Ham here on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Is it as simple as, obviously can identify these problems. Like these are all professionals, whether it's players or it's head coaches, whether it's Alvin or it's Luke or it's Doug. Is it as simple as, well, I can't bench him, I don't have anybody else to play? Or is it weighing the good versus the bad? Because right now it feels like the bad, which is mostly on defense, far outweighs anything anyone is producing that might be good on the offensive end.
Yeah, so that was my biggest issue because, which game was it? It was the game on Friday against the Hornets when I thought Buddy Hield was horrible. And he was horrible in a game that was close. And the answer that I got, someone from inside reached out and said, hey, why are you guys so up on Buddy on this one? I'm like, well, because he went 1 of 10 after the second quarter. And they're like, yeah, but he does stuff that you guys aren't paying attention to. It's like, oh yeah, I know. He also does a million other things that I am paying attention to that are negative. They're like, well, yeah, but the reason why that De'Aaron Fox was able to score 14 points in the fourth quarter was because Buddy Hield spacing. And I'm like, yeah, and the reason why you lost the game was because it doesn't matter how many points De'Aaron Fox scores. It's the 0 for 5 that Buddy Hield had in the fourth quarter as a scorer. So while you keep saying that at least he was spacing the floor, That's fine. He can space the floor all he wants, but if he's not hitting a shot, then he's never going to be quite that valuable. And then on the other end, all the mistakes that he makes there. And so every time he misses a shot, he wears it on the other side. And so again, I think it's this weird compounding of issues that you have. And you're right. There is no, we'll just bench this guy and everything's going to be okay. I mean, for starters, I think you could bench one or two people and say, hey, I'm just not going to let you make the mistakes tonight. And this team has, I'd say like three players, maybe four that are really mistake prone players, and that's Buddy Hield. It's Terrence Davis. I think Chimezie Metu is a little bit mistake prone. And there's one other that's not Oh, Marvin. Marvin is mistake prone, although he's been much, much better. Right. Well, you can't live if two or three of those guys are making mistakes. Because it's not like one guy in De'Aaron Fox going for 14 and a quarter can make up for all of the mistakes that three guys make. There's just no way to do it. And so you have to limit your mistakes. So that would be my advice. Like if I were to talk to Doug, it would be that, we have this thing where now either De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton are going to be on the floor at all times. And that's right. That's how it should be. One of those two should be on the floor at all times. Now let's do the reverse, because you can't have two mistake-prone players on the court together. So you have to also observe that. And you cannot keep running two guys that error after error after error, and then they're compounding the errors together. You can't have that. A team can't survive that. So you got to have De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton, and you have to divide up your mistake players and only play them opposite of each other. And the Kings don't do that. And so they end up with, again, you're going to have Buddy Hield and Terrence Davis and Marvin Bagley as three of your bench, your five players coming off the bench. How in the world is that going to work? Like, and Marvin's been much better. And when Terrence Davis is hitting, he's fun. When Marvin Bagley's hitting, he's fun. And when Buddy Hield is hitting, he's fun. But the fact is, you cannot survive if all three of them are doing the other things that they do, which are counterproductive. And they're doing them at the same time. There's no way to survive. And so, yeah, I think that there's a lot of chemistry issues still that need to be worked out here. And that's without even saying, hey, look, if you don't want to shoot more than 2 times a game, then you don't get to start anymore. That's like Tyrese Halliburton. If you don't want to shoot, then you can't, because if their excuse for why Buddy Hield is playing is because he spaces a floor, even if he's not hitting, then what does that tell you about a guy who won't shoot?
Right.
Like no one's going to sit there and defend you the way that they should. So that it has the effect on a guy like De'Aaron Fox. Where's he supposed to go if you're not going to shoot the ball?
Right.
And so we're not talking about like, hey, I need you to shoot 9 or 10 times a game. Hey man, I need you to shoot 14 times a game. And we watched in the Toronto game. That was one of the most embarrassing things. They passed it around the perimeter. Someone broke the defense down, kicked it out for a wide open 3, caught it, looked at the basket, passed it to the guy next to him. That guy looked at the basket, passed it back to him, and then passed it back to the guy who already broke the defense down. That guy breaks the defense down again, does the same thing, kicks it out. No one would shoot the 3. Like you watch the Brooklyn Nets, every single player is standing there ready to catch and shoot every single time. They don't need someone to tell them to shoot the ball.
Right.
Just catch and shoot, let it go. And so again, you want to say it's all on the defensive end. It's all this one player. It's all, this one player. It's not. It's a combination of everybody doing something, even how small it is, that's wrong, that's causing the whole thing to unravel quickly.
No, I agree. You're spot on. I will say this. It is definitely not all on Buddy Hield by no means. But if I hear somebody tell me he just spreads the floor for everybody else one more time while we're looking at another 31 season, like who gives a damn at this point if he opens the floor for everybody else? It ain't working. So stop trotting him out there for 30 minutes. I'm not saying he needs 0 minutes, but he sure as hell don't need more than 15.
When's Buddy gonna break Steph's record?
Yeah. I mean, well, and like I think it's funny you bring that up. Like that reminds me of watching Sonic Skate. I don't know if you guys ever watched Sonic Skate,
Mhm.
but there's a guy who's a local artist who's in that, and they go to him. I think he was a columnist and an artist, and they said that, and it was such a poignant point in the film that for 41 nights a year, you could go to Key Arena and watch Ray Allen, and you could watch somebody that in the world is the greatest at one thing. He is the greatest shooter that at that point that anyone had seen. He was an artist of the highest order. Where else can you know that you can drive up somewhere and the greatest at something is going to be doing it, and you're going to get to go watch it, and then to watch what Steph has done. It's just remarkable. Like I don't want to get in the argument of the Kings should have drafted him. They shouldn't have, they took Tyreek over him, all that stuff. That's like what you should do is if you have a kid who likes basketball, take him to a Golden State Warriors game, whether it's in Sacramento, whether it's in Oakland, watch somebody who is the greatest who has ever done something. And it doesn't matter what we're talking about. It doesn't matter what we're talking about hitting home runs or a pianist or a guy with a alto sax, whatever it is. Like you're getting to watch something that it's just beautiful to watch. And we should all appreciate, what Steph is able to do. And the fact that he's a leader and he's a champion and he's all these other things. And he's a leader without having to be that rah-rah guy, without having to be that guy who's in your face and all that stuff. It really is remarkable to watch. So yeah, that's my bet on Steph. Watching him play is just amazing. Watching him warm up where he starts shooting from the stands and, it usually takes him 1 or 2 or 3, sometimes 4 times, but everybody in the entire room, in the entire building is watching. The security guards, he involves them. They're getting the ball and they're feeding him the ball. It's just this magical thing that he does. It is so special. And it's just because he's worked so hard on his craft and he's that good. We're getting to watch Da Vinci or, like that's the equivalent. He's just like this. He's such a special player to watch.
I joked about Buddy. Do you think anyone, and Kenny and I never really got to dive back into this, but do you think anyone approaches, and we have no idea where this record is going to stop, but do you think one of the young
4,200?
Do you think anyone in the league can approach that number?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it maybe because look at James Harden's not that far behind.
Well, James is going to pass. I think James is going to pass Reggie and Ray Allen.
Oh, for sure. He's at 2,500 threes, I think.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's going to get to Steph unless Steph's, God forbid, career ends.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah,
Like,
I think what we're going to see out of Steph is when it's all said and done, he'll do what Jerry Rice did. He'll separate himself so far that there's no way to ever catch him. Jerry Rice has like 22,800 and something yards. It's something so ridiculous. And Larry Fitzgerald got up to like 17,600 and he's still 5,000 yards behind him.
Well, the funny thing about Jerry is that's one of like 10 records he owns that no one's going to touch.
Well, no, I think he has 199 career touchdowns receiving, but he's at like 209 career. It's just remarkable. Everything that he did, the reception number, the yardage number, every single thing he did, he put so far past everybody. I think that's what we'll probably see. But I'll also tell people, like, the crazy thing is when Peja Stojakovic retired, he was 3rd in the NBA and all time in 3-point makes. He's now like 23rd. And so Buddy, if he keeps up on his pace that he's doing right now, he'll be in the top 40 all time. He'll be around like 42, 43. I looked this up yesterday, all time after this season. But he's got a chance to be top 5, top 10, just because the sheer volume of threes that he made early in his career. He still holds the record for most 3-pointers through the first 5 years of his career. And he could even hold it after this year. It just depends. It's just the way the game has changed. And I think that's a tribute to Steph. Like, the game has changed because of Steph. Yeah, and that's cool.
Yeah, 100%. I said, I agree with you, and I think Damian, nobody's catching Steph. I said the person that could come closest It might be Harden, but I also said Trae Young, and it's really about it. If there's somebody else, we don't know who they are yet. Like it might be Reese. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't know who they are. But Trae has the skill set and the game to possibly get in the top 5, but I still don't think he's breaking it.
Yeah, I think if you look at Trae, the one downfall to Trae is like there was a moment when Steph realized that in order for them to be great as a team, he had to at least play defense some of the time. And so Trae is always going to be part of a well-balanced team because you just can't trust him on the defensive side of the ball. And so while he's a great setup man and he's an incredible scorer and like he can really shoot the 3 ball. Now he could get there because he's starting out at a point in his career, just like Buddy did, where it's already acceptable to hit 300 threes in a season, not take, like hit. So, guys like Harden busted 1,000 3-point attempts. Buddy's averaging still over 10 threes a game. That means he's on pace to shoot like over 820 threes on the season. That's nuts. That's not something like Peja might have shot like 400 threes in a season once. Maybe I'm wrong there, but it's like the disparity is crazy.
Hey, real quick, Dame, this is kind of random, but me and Damian talked about this about a week ago. Do you realize, like, number-wise, how close Trae and Luka are? Like, Trae is right there. Like, and you think about how we talk about Luka Doncic, and people are like, oh, I've heard people say he's going to be a top 10 player of all time when it's all said and done, and what he's done in his first 3-4 seasons in the league. And we just looked at the numbers, and obviously Luka has more rebounds than Trae, but that's about it. Like, they are career-wise, last year, this year, they're like right next to each other. I don't know if people really realize that.
You know which one of those two has hit more threes?
Luka?
Yeah.
Well, that's surprising because he's never been
right
a knockdown, but he doesn't mind taking them, and he doesn't mind taking them in big moments and hitting them in big moments. I think that's the difference, though. Like, it's just like there are players. If you go back, there are players that had the same statistics as Larry Bird, but they just sure as hell weren't Larry Bird. So, like, it's one thing, again, it's one thing to put up 25-8 or 25-7 on a 31-win team. It's a whole nother thing to do that on a 50-win team.
Now, Trae putting up 30 a night for a team that's won a playoff series because of him. Like,
they got to win more than one, though. Yeah,
they beat an apparently crappy New York Knicks team. So,
and then they beat the number 1 seed.
Yeah, but to that point, look up Tracy McGrady's all-time stats and compare them to Larry Bird and tell me which one you think is a better player.
Yeah, but Larry's a better player because he got the hardwood, right?
Well, of course. Yeah, he's got a trophy case.
Here's the argument that I would have. People will be like, well, look at what Luka's doing. And his playoffs numbers are, like, stupid. Like, Luka's playoffs numbers are insane.
Yeah.
But he don't have no hardware. Like,
he's been in the league 3 years.
He's going to have a tough time winning.
The whole point of it is he's been in the same time as Trae Young, and everybody like, well, Luka, just wait. Luka ain't got no help or nothing like that. Trae is doing the same thing and more.
But Trae's got a much better team.
Does he?
Yeah.
I mean,
he's got the great Bogdan Bogdanovic.
Luka doesn't even have Clint Capella. He doesn't have a Clint Capella value player. Like, don't tell me that the unicorn is any like that's a novelty item. That
Careful.
I mean, unicorn probably putting up better numbers than Clint Capella.
No, but he doesn't have the impact. He's not as good a player. I mean, just at this point, he's just not.
Yeah, I mean, I think Clint is better too, but it ain't like Luka playing with scrubs. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is better than anybody Trae's playing with right now.
He puts up bigger numbers. I don't think he's better. Like, I would have it if you put Luka on the Atlanta Hawks, that's a 65-win team.
I doubt that. You think Tim Hardaway, Kevin Hurt is better than Tim Hardaway Jr.?
No, but again, like, you're looking at like the distribution of all those guys. Like, I mean, they have Gallinari hiding on the bench. Bogdan is about as solid a player as you're going to find outside of Hardaway, but even that, I think Bogey does more than Hardaway on the court. He's not as good a scorer, but yeah, I mean, I have a tough time looking at that team and saying, I would take the Atlanta team any day of the week. And I think that's a championship contending team with Luka.
Stop giving Luka a pass, James.
Just my opinion. Yeah. And I don't like watching Luka play. Again, it's
Nah,
like watching.
They're both great. Like, that's the whole argument to what it is. It's like, damn, Trey and Luka are both really phenomenal.
It's an interesting article that came out today too. Luka and Rick Carlisle and all of that Dallas Maverick stuff. That was an interesting read. Just to bring this to a close, because I have it in front of me, I want to mention it. Peja Stojakovic, make sure I have the number correct, 1,763s in his entire career. In his 8 seasons with Sacramento, he shot 1,070. In Buddy Hield's 6 seasons in Sacramento, he has shot 1,164.
The game has changed.
The game has changed. Yeah.
And again, Stojakovic, 398 is his shooting percentage. The great Buddy Hield, 403.
Yeah.
Buddy greater than Peja.
Well, I'll tell you, Peja will be in the Hall of Fame. Like,
you
Peja will get in on the international. Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Sure.
Because he even won that. Him and Vlade won like with Yugoslavia and then with Serbia.
Vlade's a Hall of Famer because of his international play. Is that fair?
Oh yeah, I don't think like Vlade is. I mean, he played in a generation where there was like 14 centers that were Hall of Famers that were better.
He was a good NBA player.
He was a really good NBA player, but he wasn't a great NBA player. I mean, he was a 1 or a 2-time All-Star. But internationally, what he meant internationally was nuts.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, he revolutionized the game internationally.
I don't think Peja's a Hall of Famer. I love Peja.
You don't think Peja? No, on the international ticket. Yeah, if Sharunas Marciulionis is a Hall of Famer, then
he should. Oh, that's the whole issue. Like
Peja Stojakovic.
I don't think Marciulionis should be a Hall of Famer, but that's the issue. So when you put it that way, yes, Peja will probably get in, but they let too many guys in the Basketball Hall of Fame, and I'm glad. Look, accolades to all those guys, man. Like, they're great, but I don't know, man. Some of the like Sharunas shouldn't be in the same place that Kobe's in.
Yeah, it's just the Basketball Hall of Fame, though. Like I feel like that's different. That encompasses everything.
Even then, I shouldn't go to the same place.
Well, that's what we talked about this before.
Tryman and Sharunas Marciulionis.
Yeah,
Kobe's in the penthouse. And then you could put Marciulionis or whoever you want to down like on level 1. Like it's the first exhibit you see, like right there.
I think
Stojakovic.
The cutoff is Mitch Richmond. I think that's the cutoff.
And
you can debate which side Mitch should be on, but I think
but then you're talking about like what do you do with the women's side? What do you do with the old timer side? Like for me, the Hall of Fame is a Hall of Fame. Either you were good enough or you weren't. Like, it took Paul Westphal to get in. It took him years to get in the Hall of Fame as a player. He was exceptional for like a 6-year point in his career, averaging 25 a game as an ambidextrous scorer. Like, he was exceptional. And even him, it took him like 20 something years. I mean, multi-time All-Star, like all NBA player.
Yeah. He should be Sharunas Marciulionis should not be where Paul Westphal is.
But the Basketball Hall of Fame, all Hall of Fames, they're more political than Republicans and Democrats.
Well, that's the truth.
Yeah. Well, that, and I mean, I could tell you like T-Mac, what did he win? 1 playoff series ever? Or did he ever win a playoff series?
He won one.
I don't think he won one. Well, he did. I think he won one with San Antonio, maybe, but like he was like on the bench.
Yeah, but I don't even think he he won anything. Like I don't think he made it. But my point is, like, look at all the numbers, look at all the All-Stars, look at all that. Like, he didn't impact winning. There are guys that were much bigger. Like, even I could make the claim that Robert Horry deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He was one of the biggest big shot makers of all time. He has so many rings you know. But
Absolutely
well, you don't want him there. But
you
like,
will remember him. He will be on montages. He will be in your new NBA 75 video.
yeah. But how many rings? How many rings? And you got a guy who everyone thinks is
Luke
a
Longley
first
has
ballot
rings.
Hall.
Luke Longley
Yeah.
has like 3 rings. Like, no.
No, but some players like it's not a surprise that he won 2 in Houston. He won a couple in San Antonio. He won a couple with the Lakers. I mean, you're talking a guy.
Major
He
contributor.
just happened to be on championship teams 6 or
No,
7
no.
times.
Major contributor. Major contributor. And an NBA champion multiple times. Not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that he deserves to be the Hall. I'm just saying, like you have to consider these things.
If Buddy gets traded within the next 2 months, does 24 go up at the Golden One Center next year or the year after?
Well, I mean, he is part Steph and part Clay.
He's better than Peja.
He's a mix of both.
We just did the numbers, and I last time I'll look, but I think 16 is up there.
They need a ring of honor at Golden One Center.
They need a what?
A ring of honor.
Well, they've got the banners, and they certainly it's embarrassing that Rick Adelman isn't up there, but Rick Adelman needs to be.
Should be
well, 21 needs to be up there for Tisha, and 33. Like, they need to acknowledge that stuff too. Like 20, 21, and 33 need to be up there for the Monarchs.
Yeah.
James, you got to get on the road. Otherwise, we would just sit here and talk stuff all day long. Our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham. We'll come back. We'll get you ready for the Kings and the Wizards tonight when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. It's not bad. One break in an hour and 15 minutes. That's good stuff right there, Hammer.
Yikes.
Good stuff, my man.
All right. You guys are good? Everything's cool?
We're good, man. Drive safe. It looks like it's a little rough outside. So
it's gonna come tonight, man. So
it's starting to look a little funky here. It was supposed to snow this morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, but it didn't. I had snow. I woke up to snow yesterday morning, like on the roof. There was like that much, and then the house heated up and it all melted.
I ask James all the time, like, what direction he lives in, and I forget. Are you by Placerville?
No, I'm on the 80 side.
Oh, okay.
I'm between.
I thought Placerville. There's a lot of stuff out there.
Roseville and Truckee. I'm like in between.
Oh, Truckee.
I'm not even that far. Like, if you go past Roseville and you're heading up 80 and you get to Auburn, I'm like 15 minutes past Auburn, but up 49.
Never been past Thunder Valley.
Oh, yeah. All right. Then you've never lived. You've never lived.
I'm gonna get up there now that I got a friend up there.
Got to connect.
That's right. That's right.
Got to connect.
See if I can get you on the lake.
There you go.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, Hammer. Drive safe, man. Oh, man. There was something, I think it's in my house. It started at like 3. I almost got up. I almost sent you a text message saying I got to get up. It sounded like some sort of there was some sort of sound coming from, I think it was coming from my house. But I had to let it ride so long it stopped. I was checking to see if like a HomePod was playing. I don't know what it was. It sounded like not an alarm, like an alarm you'd have on your phone.
Yeah.
It went off for like 15 minutes. I had to turn the volume up so I stopped thinking about it. I couldn't figure out what it was, and I have no idea where it was coming from. And of course it stopped. So I still have no idea what it was. I've never heard it before. I don't even know that it was coming from inside the house. It could have been something outside the house, but I don't know what it was.
I didn't hear nothing.
It was weird. No, yeah, it was faint enough, but I could hear it. It was weird. Oh, that's brutal.
Goodness.
Brutal.
I've been sleeping through that stuff.
It was. I think it was coming from inside the house. I don't know. Oh, man. Look at it. Screw you. All y'all left when Ham left. Like 25 people were just like, we're out. Ham's leaving. We're gone. All those celebrities left. Can y'all hit the thumbs up, man? There's a good number of people here, as Securing the Bagley says. Can you think we could top 200 today? Think we could top 200? Because I think we're at a pretty good clip. See, we're at 151 right now. Hit the quick refresh. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's get to 200 again for the second day in a row. We respect you guys too much to talk about the Kings. Y'all got to stop telling me about stuff people tweet because then I got to go see it. Like, they didn't do that. No, that motherfucker really tweeted that. Wow. Took some balls to tweet that. Earn us. Earn. I don't get it.
When I said Pages shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I don't know. I
like if he gets in, like that's awesome. Like I don't care. I'd be happy for him. But I don't know, man.
I don't know that the like Vlade's international resume is you can't. But Pages, I was looking at Pages like, I don't know, dude. I think that's what it is. I don't know. Kenny hates Peja. Kenny hates Luka.
It's two.
What's that?
Dress his ass off.
Peja. Oh yeah, he can go. He can absolutely go.
Peja can dress his ass off.
Let's go. We had 251. We only need 21 more. Just thumbs up. Just pop, 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 pop. That's all. It's just quick. Pop, pop, pop. Thumbs up.
Yeah, I played at Consumnes River College, so been to Sierra College numerous times. Not all the time, just numerous times.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, live on 1320 a.m. in Northern California. Wherever you are, we are so happy that you're hanging out with us. We'll get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Washington Wizards tonight. Great conversation, as always, with James Ham. If you missed it, you're more of an audio consumer. You're not really into seeing these two handsome faces over here on Twitch and YouTube. That's okay. That's all right. You can download the podcast on the Odyssey app.
That's all right.
You can download the podcast.
Magic Johnson.
You can. That's what it is. My man got the reference. I appreciate that. That's all right. That's all right. I knew you'd appreciate that. I knew you'd appreciate it. That was Dream Team practice right there.
Yeah, Monte Carlo.
That's what it is. Yep. Podcast available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Play, the Odyssey app, wherever you get podcasts from. If you get us on Apple, hit the 5-star review. You know we beg for likes here on Dealing with KC. If you have like 10 seconds and want to leave us, hey, I love these guys, that'd be great. But if you just hit the 5 stars, man, that's dope. That's dope. We'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm wearing this new Aura ring. It's one of those things. It's one of those like health monitor things.
Can you tell what's going on right now?
Well, I can because my phone just told me, hey, get your ass up. I just got an alert from my ring that says it's time to stretch your legs a bit. Well, my job does
Apple Watch.
Essentially. Yeah. It's basically the same thing. Yeah. Well, no, because my Apple Watch tells me to breathe. Like, all right, dude. Like,
time to stand up.
Yeah. Like,
no, I can't. I'm on the radio.
I can't. Yeah. It's going to be sad to see. Yeah, dude, you burn like 10 calories all day. Like, what do you do? Like, can you like do something? Like you burn calories, like you burn calories for an hour in the morning and then an hour in the afternoon. That's when I'm walking my dogs. Every other time you're stationary.
That's still pretty dope. It's pretty dope. You wear the ring and monitors everything that's going on with you. It's actually better than the Apple Watch because
I think it's I think one of the main things is like I have like I bought the Apple Watch for jewelry, so I have like the heavier one, and plus you like the main thing you're supposed to do is wear this when you sleep. And it like monitors. So it's kind of cool in that like I can see when, my dog tried to push me off the bed. Like I can look at the app and see, I was up at 2 or 3 or how long I was awake during the night. Like it's interesting. Miss P says sit on the exercise ball like Dwight in The Office. Oh. You remember how it ended for Dwight in The Office?
Wait a minute.
You don't get the reference because you don't watch. That's the problem is everybody else listening and watching gets the reference, but you don't. It's a damn shame. It'd probably be more comfortable than by hour number 3. This chair gets tough.
I'm terrified. Like this is tongue in cheek, half joking. I'm terrified of exercise balls and medicine balls now. Ever since Francisco Garcia broke his wrist.
Well, that's that was negligence on someone's part.
It's terrifying. I'm not putting that.
Dude's he was holding 140 pounds in his hand on a exercise ball.
That is the X factor.
You don't do that on an exercise ball. Like even I knew that. You don't do that. No. You top off at 50. You're going for reps or you're going for range. You're not going for strength on that. What are you doing?
Oh, I couldn't imagine it. That's not good.
I would have sued the weight company, the medicine ball company. Like my payoff for that would have paled and it would have dwarfed anything I made in the league if I was Francisco Garcia.
Cisco was a good guy, man.
He was, man. He was a good dude. Yeah, he was definitely a good. Yes, he's still alive. He was yeah, he's a good dude. Good dude for sure.
I'll let Cisco, man.
Not on the
channels, man. That maybe we can make that happen.
Not on the current squad. He could occasionally get the Kings bucket, but we've talked about this extensively. You and I, James, the crew in the chat house. We didn't really get to the phones today. Sorry about that. We'll make up for it tomorrow. I'm gonna make up for it now. We got you. But I'm happy for Doug Christie. He's getting a shot tonight. This boils down to the players. Like, you've had your back against the wall now for 2 straight games. You had the heartbreaker against Charlotte. You just were dead. I think it was. I think it was a tough matchup, and you would have had to have played really well against Cleveland. But I don't think there's any excuse for them getting beat the way that they did. And then the Toronto game also just inexcusable. They know what they have to do. Players only, like you've backed yourself into a corner here. Players only. Players only meeting. They had a players only meeting in Boston after Marcus Smart's remarks about Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Oh, okay. They responded by going out there and winning some games.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're going to throw these players only meeting out there. Like, you better respond by playing better basketball. We need to see something different tonight.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron talking about sharpness and execution. You need to be sharper and you need to execute. De'Aaron talking about defense and executing defensively. You need to be better defensively.
Yeah.
You need to be better. I'm turning this garbage off if they're down double digits right out the gate. I ain't sitting through it. This job is too stressful. I ain't sitting through that. We'll read the Cliff Notes tomorrow. I'll watch it on
Synergy.
What's it called? Synergy.
Yeah.
I just get the highlights. Let's see what De'Aaron did. Let's see what Buddy did. Like show something tonight.
And it just dawned on me. The Kings Debo is in town. What a good time to check that heart and check that gut. See the toughness, because the Kings Debo is coming. Montrez is in the house.
Oh, Montrez Harrell. Kings legend Montrez Harrell.
Montrez is in the house.
He was a king for like 5 minutes. We thought he was a king.
Well, he was gonna live out here by me.
I heard that. I heard that. I mean, you were going to sell him
houses,
part of the property, right? Like behind the security lines.
He's going to live in another community.
Oh,
out by me, because I can't do what he would have been doing out here.
So there's the Montrez Harrell community and the Kenny Caraway community. I got it.
Mine is both accessible,
both heavily armed.
No.
Heavily secure. I meant to say heavily secured. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot Montrez pushes the Kings around.
Oh, he's licking his chops right now.
No update on Kyle Kuzma yet. No update on Kyle Kuzma, and I don't think we have official word on Rashawn Holmes. I think Rashawn Holmes is still listed as doubtful. I don't think he's out. I think he's listed as doubtful.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even expect Rashawn to play today.
I actually thought Rashawn would play today. I thought for sure he'd miss the road trip. When they said he was out 2 games, it was like, well, there's no point in going to Toronto. Like, so you're out 3. Now you're back home. But I'm also still so curious. Like, what'd y'all do to his eye? He said he had a procedure on his eye. Like, he had a procedure on his eye, and you only ruled him out 2 games. That probably means there was some lasers involved.
I'm just about to say, like, if the only way that should be the case is if they just put eye drops in his eye.
Eye drops, you can miss 2 games with eye drops. You start whipping out lasers and trying to repair scratches or whatever, and that feels like more than 2 games to me, bro.
You ever thought about getting LASIK?
I got it.
You got LASIK?
I got LASIK, yeah.
How was it?
Yeah. I didn't enjoy it. Like, yeah, I didn't. Are you asking if it worked? Absolutely, it worked. These glasses that I wear on the live stream, these are either a big waste of money or they're blue blockers. They might just be a placebo in that I was telling James Ham earlier because he was during the commercial break, his eyes were watering. We have lights in front of us. I have a screen with all sorts of different stuff on it. When our show stretched to 2 hours, or when our show stretched an extra 2 hours, when it went to 4, I couldn't get off this thing without my eyes hurting and watering and burning. And so I started wearing these glasses and they helped. But they're not to see. Like I remember the moment. Once you get through the fact that someone's sticking a laser in your eye and you get through that and they tell you to kind of chill and
how the hell am I going to chill?
It's not easy. It's not. And you smell it.
Oh, come on.
I'm just saying, you're dealing with a lot in that moment. And they tell you, hey, just close your eyes, stay in a dark place, relax. If you could sleep for a couple hours, headed into the evening. And I remember the first time I was like, all right, it's been a couple of hours. It's all good. I remember turning on TV, turning on ESPN and reading word for word the bottom line and knowing what the score was. I remember that moment like, whoo! Oh, God, I can see. Yeah, I remember that. It's worth it. It's worth it. And I still feel like it works. I felt like my eyes have been, and I did that maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I feel like my eyes have been fine until we started doing this. That was the first time I started experiencing issues again with my eyes.
Maybe there's some stuff.
I just think when you're staring at, when you're, 2 to 3 screens with multiple lights in front of you, I don't think that's the best thing for your eyes, especially when you're doing it for 4 hours. So that was the first time I started to, nothing blurry, nothing. It was bothersome. The hardest part after LASIK is you have to stay on top of those eye drops. Like you don't want your eyes to dry out. It's really, really uncomfortable. So you stay on top of those eye drops. I think it's like maybe for a week, you're putting them in almost like every hour, every 2 hours. You're just dropping them in.
Jeez. Yeah, I need glasses.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
LASIK, though. I don't want.
You can do it. It's worth it. It's good. It's good.
I'm just go with my Denzel and Malcolm X frames.
I actually like wearing glasses, so it doesn't bother me. I just felt like even with the glasses that I had, I still see significantly better after LASIK.
Remember when it was like fashionable to wear glasses, like they weren't prescription, but for the look? It's come back. Like people do that now. But
yeah, I'm aware, jerk. Why don't you just call me out by name instead of subtweeting me?
No, you're not. Like it would be like Master P glasses. Remember when Master P used to?
Oh my gosh,
you got the hookup type glasses.
Well, remember the glass without the frames, or without the with the frames, but without the lenses.
Yeah. I used to always say, you guys won't catch me wearing those, man, because there's gonna be a day when I really need to wear glasses, and I'm gonna hate the fact that I need to wear glasses. So I'm not gonna do that. Although I came across a picture in my yearbook where I was wearing those glasses.
I love wearing glasses.
And a skull.
I love wearing glasses. I think glasses are the ultimate accessory.
I think it's a watch.
Yeah, but see, I feel like when I have like the watch and the bracelets and like I'm like doing something, like I feel like I got to roll a sleeve up so you could see it. Glasses, you gonna see. You gonna see my glasses. You gonna see them. Yeah. And I'm gonna see for sure.
Yeah.
This is what 3.5 hours of King Stalk will get you.
Rashawn just needed eye drops. That's how we
to bring it full circle. We'll update you as soon as we find out about Rashawn Holmes. because I don't think he just got eye drops on that thing like that. That was a pro wrestling moment when he whipped
I
his
wonder
hair back.
what happened. Though, did he get scratched in
I
the?
think he got scratched. Yeah, I think he got scratched, but he definitely got scratched. I just don't. How do you fix that? And how do you announce he's out for the next 2 games? Like I get he's been out 3. I guess he's out for sure for the next 2. But how did you only think it was 2?
Yeah.
It's not like you tear your ACL and go, okay, he's out the next 2 games, and then we'll go from there. My man got his eyeball scratched. Like it had to have been like it. Is his eye open? I need some clarification on what exactly happened. And this is a great question from our man Joe Decker on YouTube. Do you think Rashawn Holmes saw 3 rims? Because I did not see Rashawn Holmes going to the bench that day, going my eye, like LeBron did to Steph Curry. I saw 3 rims. I was just trying to hit the middle one. One day, I wish Rashawn had just laid there with the blood pouring down his face, staring up at the trainer, just like, we need to do this after the season, maybe All-Star break, February. Like, what's LeBron's biggest lie that he's told? I think
Cole, who never is in the chat anymore, by the way, but Cole,
I think I saw Cole today.
That would have been the first time in a minute. But he tweeted out and he tagged us and everything about somebody had a picture of LeBron talking about. I mean, I remember telling my boys, I think Steph is going to hit when he was back at Davidson. He was going to hit about 25,000 threes. I said, you know what I mean?
Oh, man.
What was it? It was
2,500, but I got
2,500.
you.
Yeah, I was a couple off, but I said it was going to happen. I told my boys when I saw him at Davidson in the NIT, that's what was going to happen.
The video, for those who don't get that reference, there's a video of Kobe's 81. It talks about Kobe's 81. And they intertwine it with a clip of LeBron James, who, real talk, with a straight face says, I was at home watching it with my boys, and I was like, yo, before the game, Kobe's going to go for 80 tonight. And it's like, oh, Bron, you full of crap, man. Shut up. Like that, stop it. But it's just like, what's more likely? LeBron said that or got past page 2 of Malcolm X? Or has actually seen The Godfather?
Yo, this is getting crazy right now. It's really getting crazy because I don't know, man. Like, I almost feel like
we could power rank LeBron's lies. Oh, and then of course my I saw 3 rims. We'll put that one right up there too. I saw 3 rims.
I think 3 rims is the most likely. The least likely, it's got to be Kobe, right?
Oh, 100%. That Kobe, that's a fat ass lie. That is a. It was the finals. Yeah, it was game 6 or game 7. Yeah, sorry, it was game 7. Yeah.
Final play of the game, LeBron.
Like, oh, LeBron's the good God Almighty, they killed him. His God is my witness. LeBron is broken in half. Nope, he's walking to the huddle. He's fine. Okay.
Then he took a free throw and he missed the free throw. Then he makes the free throw. He goes, one more, shakes it up. One more. That's all we need. What? I thought it was broken in 17 places.
I love that he looked at Steph and said, I couldn't see him in my eye. And Steph looked at him and laughed. Like, okay, bro. Whatever you say.
I just pulled up LeBron getting poked in the eye. Oh, man.
The best part was the look on his face. He's
I'm
just
looking
like,
at it right now.
oh, my God.
When he's on the ground.
That's the best part. It's like, fam, what are you why are you looking like that? Like, what are you doing? I saw 3 rims.
Don't forget the underrated moment in Game 7 of the Indians game when Bron was in the box.
Oh, no. No. Yeah. Yeah. That's the king. That's the king. All right.
Oh man, we gonna miss LeBron when he gone, man.
Oh, for sure. For sure. we went about 7.5 hours on the Kings in the last 2 days and got a little goofy here the last few minutes. Sorry about that.
They win tonight.
Man,
You never know what this team.
I can't call it. Washington's a good basketball team, by the way. For those who
They
haven't
are.
been watching, I think you said this a couple of days ago. That they've we'll come back down to earth a little bit. Like they started really, really well. They're kind of evening out, and I think they're settling in right now. I think this is who Washington is. I don't know that they were what we saw earlier this season, but right around now, plus, 500 plus 1 or 2. That's where I can see this team at. Again, whether Kyle Kuzma is there or not, we're not really sure, but
That's a big deal.
this is a tough one. And then you mentioned Montrezl Harrell. Somebody's got to step up. They've got to execute. Whatever they said in that locker room to each other following being embarrassed for the second straight night, they need to respond to it. Like, can't keep talking. Like Tristan talked. All right. De'Aaron talked. Good. Okay, now execute. Stop talking. Stop talking about what you need to do and do something.
The Wizards come into this game losing 5 of their last 6 and 6 of their last 8.
See if we can get Will in here real quick before we go. Will, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
What's up, Will?
Hey, just 2 real quick things. Number one, looking forward to the debut of the next Kings head coach, Doug Christie, tonight.
There you go.
Hey, I hope it goes well and does go well for him because I really think Doug has a place in this league as a head coach.
Great.
But anyway, with Rashawn, and I can't tell you how I know this information. Just say I'm in the medical field. It was a tear of the eyelid, not the eyeball, and it was requiring a repair. But that's something that's not gonna affect the way it would if it actually was his eyeball. There may have been some irritation to the surface, to the corneal surface, but the blood and all that was because it tore the lid. That's what had to be repaired.
Oh,
So
God, that sounds awful.
but that's why it's only 2 games, and then they'll see, because it doesn't take as long to heal that up and get it right.
Wow.
Okay.
He has to wear goggles, right, Will?
Yeah, just to clarify.
Yeah, that's a good note.
Wear goggles.
God, that sounds awful.
It sounds terrible.
Damn. Tore his eyelid. That's a weird thing to put on a box score. Didn't play, torn eyelid. Oh, Jesus.
They put it in hockey, and that what the
Oh, for sure. They'd 100% do that in hockey. What do you think? Drake Bars tomorrow?
I think we get Drake Bars tomorrow.
All
I
right.
do.
And I hate to see what happens if we don't. Appreciate you so much for hanging out with us. Win or lose, good or bad, we'll be back here talking Kings basketball. And we got a little announcement tomorrow. Pretty excited about this.
Yeah.
We got an announcement tomorrow. We'll see you at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Let's go, Kings.
Didn't know how to transition out of that. We got an announcement. Oh, good. Okay. Well, bye. Yeah, no one cares. No one cares. They just fucking tune us. No, I don't care.
Rob, Drake Bars are about 12-17.
Well, I got a graphic that says 12-19.
12-19.
So we got to make them 12-19 now because it's official. Drake Bars 12-19. KC said so. That'll make sense if the Kings win over on DLoandKC.com. I wanted to do like a last minute Christmas sale, get everything delivered before Christmas. But I was going to tie it to Kings. Well, the Kings never won. I can't promise anything can do before
The
Christmas.
Kings are the Grinch. They don't want nobody enjoying
Now,
Christmas.
yeah, we'll see if we can do a sale, but I can't promise you're going to get it in time for Christmas.
The Kings stayed in Sacramento, Sal, because we can't
there you go.
win. They stayed here.
Still
I'm
standing, still strong.
I'm still never in that position where they should have just left. Like people get so angry, like, they should have just left. Like, no. Even if you told me it was,
I still want to watch LeBron and Russell Westbrook, and
yeah.
I want to watch these young kids come through. I ain't ready to lose my team.
Even
this one takes a while, Warren. Just a heads up. I don't know why. It's the same printer, it's the same hoodie. I think it's because of the elaborate color. That one takes a little bit longer. Like I just got a notification that mine shipped today. I can actually look yours up right now if you want to, Warren. And I just got like 10 emails. All your stuff is sending separately.
I forgot. I got my Drake Flow shirt yesterday.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, good. Yeah, you're gonna get a whole bunch of stuff because I just got the notifications for me the last day or two.
Fine in living color.
Let's see, Warren.
I think it's on the website, Leezy. I feel like I saw that when I was perusing the website.
Yep, they there.
Yeah.
Yep. They there. There's a couple of them. Oh. It's on the way, Warren. It's on the way for sure. It's made. It's shipped. I don't know where it's at. But it's on the way.
In the color.
I'm gonna monitor this though, Warren. This is kind of weird. I'm gonna monitor this.
What?
I saw that alert come up. There was no way to like work it in, but like I saw that.
Jesus.
I wish a grown man would refer to me as dipshit.
Knock the hell out of him.
Like, yeah, let's talk about that. By the way, Warren, I appreciate you. Like I pulled your name up and it's here a lot. We appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
I can't say enough. I remember Warren, and you weren't the only one, but I remember Warren was locked into 49ers game day, pre and post. Ain't nowhere near a 49ers fan.
Warren and Miss P are battling for oh man. Warren, Miss P, and let's check because Brian Cruz, yeah, oh goodness. Brian, I think Brian Cruz is the leader in the clubhouse right now.
Dr. David was there, Manny was there.
Dr. David placed Dr. David and Miss P were the first orders on DLoandKC.com. Very first.
Very cool.
I'm sorry that Kenny left y'all, game day. Kenny just was like, yeah.
I thought about on Sunday, that was maybe the first time I missed game day because it would have been lit after that game. Would have been really lit. That was the first time I was
the Cincy one. Yeah.
Would have been going in. Just talk over Papa and
well, you could always just go to YouTube if you ever wanted to. You could always just go to the stream.
YouTube it, IG Live it, something like that. Maybe the Rams game or the playoffs if they can get into the playoffs. We ain't clinched anything yet. But
one more by the way, please. There you go.
Yeah, Joe, it was too early for me too. That was back when they had all their 10 a.m. games in the first 5 weeks of the season.
So Bryan Danielson's going for the world title tonight. Hangman Page and Bryan Danielson on AEW. They're doing like a bigger than normal Wednesday show tonight. Yeah, I think it's going to be worth watching. That's going to be a hell of a match.
So whatever happened to the guy that cut the promo with Punk? What happened with those two?
Oh, they're building something.
Okay.
Yeah, they're building something. They just did a bit. It was pretty funny because that dude is a super heel.
He's pretty good too on the mic.
He's really good. Yeah.
Good stuff.
but they were in his hometown Friday, or it might have been last Wednesday, and they played it pretty funny because they knew the crowd wasn't going to boo him, but he didn't do the big, like he did all of the silly baby face stuff. Like he was playing, he was like he was being like cheesy on purpose, where like someone like got jumped and he walked away and he looked like should I save him? What should I do? And he goes back and helps the guy, and Punk comes out and they let Punk have it, and Punk just shits all over him. It was really good. And it was the first time where I saw Punk and I was like, finally.
Where is it the dude from?
It's Rochester.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So it's in East Coast.
Yeah.
No, I happened to watch that one time. One time I was in the bed and it was late on like a Friday night or something. I knew I wasn't going to stay up long. And I was like, let me check out. No lie, AW records to my DVR religiously every week, and I never watch it. So I said, let me check this out. And that's what I saw them starting. I was like, that's some pretty good stuff. That's some good.
I was at Long Island. Okay. Yeah, I knew it was somewhere in that vicinity. Long Island. Yeah, it was good stuff.
Mandy Rose, what does she do? Ain't she not on, she's still in WWE, is or is she on AEW?
Mandy Rose, I think, is WWE. Dr. Oh, she's NXT. She's NXT?
Yeah, it's probably where she should be.
Dr. Britt Baker is a really entertaining.
That's the guy?
Woman. No, that's a girl. Dr. Britt Baker, super entertaining.
Who's the guy that was talking with Punk? What's his name?
MJF.
Dr. Britt Baker, too.
Michael.
Oh, I've been out of my wrestling bag lately. I ain't really watched.
I have too, but I'm gonna watch. I watched that show the other night because I knew about the crowd dynamic, and I want to watch Brian and Paige tonight. That'll be good.
Joe Decker, who don't I know about? I don't know.
But I didn't do anything with this because James was here, but I did see the Kevin Owens stuff. He must have gotten a bag. They must have thrown Maxwell, not Michael. Maxwell Jacob Freeman. Sorry, Maxwell Jacob Freeman. Kevin Owens must have gotten a bag to stay.
KO, yeah.
Appreciate you, Edward. Thanks, man. Welcome to the show, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words.
Appreciate you.
Very nice.
Yeah, KO, all right. Yeah, all right. I think
he's a really good character. I think he's a really
maybe
good
they
character.
just don't like they go back and I guess maybe they don't go back and forth because he's a baby face right now. But it seems like they just never stick with a direction for
I completely agree.
Like I won't
ability wise.
Oh, he's good now. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think their issue with him is they do enough to where he gets cheered. Like when they try to make him a bad guy, like MJF, he doesn't do those things that makes him good. Like on social media, in person, like he's like a heel from like the 80s,
right?
Like 24/7. Kevin Owens does enough in a ring where like he does certain things where you want. Kevin Owens is one of those guys who's really so good you wind up cheering him.
Right.
And they never do enough to make it stick that you're not supposed to.
Right.
And I think that's one of the worst. Like, I don't know that they know how to make great baby faces or great heels anymore. I feel like they just kind of are like, yeah, whatever. It's cool.
Man.
It's like Vince good guy versus bad guy. You're like, all right, Vince, like, but still give us something. I feel like you can get so much more invested in the product when you have something to root for.
Right.
Like when you're rooting for good or you're rooting for evil or whatever. Like when you can pick a side, I think it's better. when you don't know what's going on. Like, is Randy Orton a good guy or a bad guy this week?
Yeah,
like, what's the story?
Yeah.
I
And see, on the flip side, they've I feel like they've stuck with it with Roman. Because Roman gets cheers, right? He literally gets cheers in the crowd, but they don't wait. They don't be like, oh, he's getting cheers, so we got to find a way to make him a baby face. They just keep it going. And I feel like that's the key. Like, don't let the cheers dissuade you from the story he's supposed to tell.
But that's the thing. He's getting cheered because finally he's so good in his role. Like, they're letting him finally be great in his role. Whereas the other stuff they were doing before, when they wanted you to cheer him, it was all like forced.
Right.
And now it's like, okay, I'm bad. And I think the best thing that happened to his character was he debuted in front of no one. And you had no idea if what you were doing, like you didn't know if it was working or not. So you could stick with it. And I think that's one of WWE's biggest mistakes is they get overreaction. Like, they overreact to stuff. Because there was no crowd reaction, they just stuck with it. And they're like, he's with Heyman, he's evil, he's bad, he's bad, he's bad, he's bad, he's bad. Finally, you're getting in front of a crowd and you got the reaction that you wanted.
Right.
And then now his character just got amplified being in front of a crowd, and it's better now.
And you tell me what you think about this, but I think they still, like, if they get too caught up in what the adults are doing as far as like cheering or like, just play to what the kids do. Like, the kids are always going to be at wrestling, and if it's a quote unquote bad guy, they're going to do that. Me and you, I'm a cheer for Roman. You know what I'm saying? But Reese is going to be like, no, Roman's mean.
I think they spend too much time catering to, and it's probably because our age group is the one that spends money, whether we have kids or, we're spending it for our kids or we're spending it for ourselves, or you're the guy who has 27 replica title belts that cost $400 a pop. You're catering to that guy. And I think sometimes they get like too inside where it's like, you're overthinking this.
Right.
Like, Andre was Hogan's friend. Andre turned on Hogan. That's a simple ass story. Macho Man got jealous because Elizabeth and Hulk Hogan. Even young me understood. That's a simple story. Now it's clear 40-year-old D'Lo knows Hulk Hogan was the bad guy in that situation. Hulk Hogan was the heel pushing up on Miss Elizabeth. But at the time, like, it's simple. I get it. I understand simple stories. Kane and the Undertaker. It makes sense.
They actually don't go to those storylines enough. Like, especially with all the women in wrestling now, you could easily have them date a superstar and then you can run that back. You can run back Hogan versus Macho Man, and it's
lust in your eyes.
It's still a whole new audience too. Like, Reese ain't never seen the Mega Powers collide, so it's brand new to him. Like, oh, what's going? Wait, what? Roman likes Trinity?
Oh my gosh, that'd be so good. That'd be so good, especially because you got see that. But the downside of that is, like, I don't know that this show still exists, but you have like Total Divas, where it's like and I think that's the hard part about wrestling now is you have like feuds and we're gonna kill each other, and then you go to Instagram and they're out like at the club together, or like they're toasting each other, or they're best friends on Total Divas, and it's like,
yeah,
all right, like I guess, okay. I lose my investment in the story when that stuff happens, but I don't know, whoever y'all are appealing to, do you think? All right, let's get out of here. Appreciate you guys for hanging out and getting us through the day.
Real quick, Dr. David. Well, little kid D-Law predicted the higher power.
I don't remember. I watched that. I can't remember who I thought the higher power was.
I can't remember it. I remember hoping it wasn't Vince, though. I was like, no, like it might be Vince, but I hope it's not Vince.
I remember thinking because it was a storyline that played out like over the first couple of segments of the show, and Vince came out in his little wrestler uniform. And I remember thinking, he brought up Jake the Snake's name. And all I remember was thinking, oh, good. It's not Jake the Snake Roberts. Because there was like an internet rumor that the higher power might be Jake the Snake Roberts. It's like, okay, it's not Jake the Snake. Like, who is it? Who would get Austin to, because they did the thing the week before where the higher power showed himself to Austin, but nobody else. And Austin had the reaction. And it's fucking Vince. It's like, all right. Oh, damn it. That was JR's call. Oh, damn it.
I'm going to have to go see that moment. Like now.
I think the next few minutes play out well where they do that. I fooled all of you. And then Stephanie, and remembering like Stephanie's early character is so funny because she's just got this horrible dad.
She was.
You lied to me. It's so bad. You lied to me. And Linda's terrible. Like she's always been awful on television.
Linda's all bad on television.
But when the crowd sniffed what was going on and she said, yeah, well, we got rid of the dress code. This is like, what? Yeah. Cut off jeans. That's what people are going to wear. And crowd kind of reacts and yeah, we're going to have a cold beverages at work. And then the crowd pops and Austin comes out with like his vest on and the tie. Oh, it's just remembering like, as much as like Austin's era was unlike anything we've ever seen.
That was
crazy.
One.
It is crazy.
Speaking of Stephanie, that reminded me.
Dad.
When Triple H did the marriage, that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, just date rape Stephanie. Like yeah, that's all. Just the whole storyline where he slipped her a little date rape drug and married her. Nothing to see here. My God, man. He's like he did hit the line where he said, I know what you're asking yourself, Dad.
Bro, now when you think about it, he talk about they consummated the marriage. She was out cold. What the hell?
We're literally talking about rape. What are we doing?
She was out cold. What are you talking about?
Man. Oh. Yeah, you going back and watching early Stephanie is so funny though. Like when she turns on Vince and she's cutting a promo about he really turns me on. It's like, oh. And I think Stephanie was great in later years.
Yes. Yeah.
Early years, Stephanie.
Not great.
Rough.
Not great.
Rough.
She was bad, and Vicky Guerrero was really good.
Vicky Guerrero was good, yeah.
She
excuse me. That bit where Cena was laughing at her because every time she tried to talk, the crowd would boo. And they did it once. And it was like, all right. And then they did it twice. And then I think they did it a third time. And Cena just starts cracking up. And Cena's like, all right, guys, stop. Go ahead. And she goes to do it again. And I think even she cracks and starts laughing. It's really good.
She has some real heat. That was about that was when I was out. And I kind of missed the Teddy Long era. I just know, hold on, player.
I mean, there's a I don't think she ruined it, but there's a great, like, she's late getting to the ring. I think it's a ladder match with Eddie and Ray. And Vicky is supposed to run in and she's late. And so they do a spot and you hear Eddie, he's supposed to have just gotten like knocked out and he hits the mat. Where the fuck is Vicky? It's like, it's not subtle. It's not hidden from the cameras. He's just, where the fuck is Vicky? And then, like clockwork, here comes Vicky running down the aisle. Oh, man.
The botches.
My favorite Eddie spot was where he'd have the chair in his hand. And I remember specifically Kurt Angle. He'd have the chair in his hand and he'd throw it at Kurt with the referee's back. He'd throw it to Kurt and then he'd fall down. And then the ref would turn around and see the chair in the opponent's hands. I love that spot. That spot was so good.
Yeah, I missed the whole Latino Heat era.
Latino Heat, I think, was China. That was good stuff. Yeah. That's when he first broke, like he first came over and he broke away from like Benoit and I think it was Dean and there was one more. Oh, Perry Saturn. Yeah. They all came over at the same time. Yeah.
Man.
I don't know if Perry's alive. I think he was. Is he? I think he. Okay, good. He is still alive.
Saturday, I remember him. He was JR. Damn near called him blue chipper. They thought he was next.
Yeah, they
remember when they thought Taz was next.
I admittedly I like Taz, and I thought what they did with Taz,
but he didn't pop off the way they thought.
So what I heard is like the way, and I don't know, maybe this is the way Taz tells the story. I don't know, but they brought him in against Kurt, and they brought him in at the Garden, and it got a huge reaction, and they had this great match at the Royal Rumble in 1999, and apparently there was a spot where Kurt hit a little hard, and it pissed someone off in the back. It didn't even piss off Kurt. It pissed off somebody else. And they pulled him aside and said, yo, I know what you did over.
Taz hit Kurt hard.
Hit Kurt, like, yeah, he did one of his suplexes and maybe it didn't land right. And it pissed off someone it didn't even piss off Kurt Angle. It pissed off someone in the back.
Yeah.
And the way he tells the stories, they pulled him aside that night and said, yo, we don't do that here. I know you did that at ECW. Like, we protect our guys here. And Taz was like, that was the end of me. Like, no, it wasn't. Like, you still had a decent run. The end of Taz is when they sent him to a dying ECW to win the ECW title, brought him back to Raw, and then had Triple H beat his ass on SmackDown. That was the end of Taz. There are so many guys who you can point to. That's facts. That's 100% accurate. That's 100% accurate. He
scared of him though. He had the announce for a while.
Yeah. That dude had a national radio show, bro.
It's Talking Sports, right?
CBS in New York. The dude had a national radio show. No. Nope. No one. Not. They sure did. The stalker. What's so great is they air all these vignettes of DDP being a stalker, right? And you're supposed to hate him, and he comes out and he takes his hood off, and what's he do? The diamond cutter. Like, god damn. Like, what? This isn't even believable. What are you doing? You're stalking the Undertaker's wife, and you come out, and you first time the crowd sees you, you're like, yo. But there isn't a talent in that era that came over that didn't get their ass whooped. Like Triple H ruined Booker T. Like Triple H destroyed Booker T. Yeah.
Booker T.
No one
should have been bigger.
No one.
And he was still pretty big, but it felt like he did that on his own though. Like
he did the King Booker thing, which got super over because it was so absurd. King Booker in the pinky out, and the whole bit was. He's really like he's underrated.
Rooney.
He's fresh. He's terribly, terribly underrated.
Yeah.
And part of that is because I think they had him right here for that run. And took it away. Took it away.
Yeah.
Right?
He was an outlaw.
He sure was. It's a different time, Gotham. Different time, bro. Different time. Different time. Man. Pimping and
Val Venus's intro video.
Val Venus's
Oh,
man. Hello, ladies.
Sleeping with everybody. Taking
that was legit. I think the original vignette was legit Jenna Jameson. I think it was the porn star. And
Oh man.
I guess Vince didn't even know who she was. Hey, that's a good looking woman. What do you think she does? She's a porn star. What do you mean? She's the most famous porn star on the planet.
Yeah, she was the go-to.
Oh, all right. Damn, Val.
Yeah, Val was.
Yeah,
that was wild.
No Val Venus these days, man.
That was, and just we'll routinely talk about just oral sex.
Oh, it's like all of them.
I don't know who does work today.
That's a good idea, though. I mean, Val, the Godfather, right out the gate. Those are the one seeds in the bracket right there. Val and the Godfather.
This is an attitude era, but R.I.P. Crime Time.
Crime
They
Time.
get flack back for Crime Time.
Crime Time. I don't think would work today. Okay, would the Nation work? Not the original incarnation of the Nation, but what it became when it was Farouk with the hat and the rock. And I don't know that the Nation will work either. I don't know that the Nation will work.
I didn't even know it at the time. I didn't even realize at the time.
What are we talking about? The original DX wouldn't work.
Oh my god!
Oh. Man, because I'm an ass man. Yeah, that one wouldn't fly either.
Yeah, man. The DX and the Nation, there would be no feud because they wouldn't exist. And then remember when they came up with the Sabio Vega started his like Boricua?
The Los Boricuas. It was Los Boricuas, and then Disciples of Apocalypse was the white dudes. So they had the Latino gang, the black gang, and the white bikers. That was professional wrestling in 1997.
And they feuded with each other.
And they earned, of course,
alone, like
gang warfare. It was gang warfare.
Race wars.
Oh my God. Satan Undertaker.
They were about to embalm Steve Austin. I said, yo, somebody get in there.
Do you remember? I don't know how long it was around. Naked Midian?
No.
They had Midian.
Midian sounds familiar.
Midian was part of the hog, the Godwins. He was part of the Godwins, the pig, the hogs and the pigs. And then he was a part of the what was that group called? The Ministry of Darkness. With Taker.
Taker,
no,
and
it was Taker,
the guy,
Viscera.
Was
Gangrel in that group? I don't
Gangrel
think
Gangrel
was in that group.
Gangrel.
Yeah, I don't think.
I think they were with. Did Edge get in there?
Edge and Christian, yeah. Edge and Christian, I think, started in the Brood with Gangrel. They had that entrance where they came up through the fire.
Yeah. The Brood. Oh, bro.
They hung Big Boss Man.
Come on,
bro. There's a match at WrestleMania 13 with the first version of the Nation where everyone like it was a mix of all those guys. It wasn't the group we knew it to be, but it was Farouk, and they were going against the Legion of Doom and Ahmed Johnson. There's a spot where Farouk takes a noose, puts it around Ahmed Johnson's neck, and throws him over the top rope. And Ahmed Johnson is hanging there.
Oh my God.
And I was that popped up on like a playlist the other day, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of a cluster. Kind of a clusterfuck. I was like, oh no.
That. You can't do that.
Man, hanging out there. No, stop. Oh,
and then I remember when Ahmed was like kind of had a little buzz. They might have done like a video montage, but I know in the magazine they were like celebrating his gang ties. They're like, yeah, straight blood out here. Well, okay, Ahmed, you brought that to the WWE, huh?
Yeah. All right. Wild time, bro. I remember the oddities. Yeah, that was Earthquake under one of those masks. Yeah.
Oh,
I
you
remember them.
somebody said you definitely can't do bra and panties match. And
Yeah, I don't even know that. I honest to God don't even know that you could walk Sable down the aisle today. Sable, yeah. Sable had legit like she had phases where her size would change to where it was like, oh, it's very attractive, and it's like, oh wow. Then it became, oh my God. And then like a month later, it just went back to, oh wow. Like they like pyramided. They were like right here, totally normal, very attractive, and then went like, oh God, this is almost cartoonish. And then they went back down. Yeah, Jerry can't come back. No.
Jerry was on a couple weeks ago.
Puppies.
They were in Memphis. Or they were.
I don't even think Sable started puppies. I think that was Deborah.
I think it was Deborah.
I think Deborah started the puppy thing.
Deborah in our power suits. Jeez.
Yeah, it's time to go. All right, y'all. Thanks for being with us. We'll Kenny's done for the day after thinking about Deborah in her power suits. See y'all tomorrow.